Good evening and welcome, one and all, to a special Tuesday night edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. I am your host, Mike. Tonight, we are having a special edition of Pop Talk on this Tuesday because normally we would be having Tuesday Night Trek over on the Star Wars Guys YouTube channel, but Master Paul is on vacation for this week. So I thought, you know what? I want to do a live reaction of Chucky episode 3, Hail Mary, on Wednesday. So why don't I flip flop and have Pop Talk on a Tuesday, which isn't out of the norm, seeing as that is when Pop Talk originally started. But I thought, have Pop Talk go for Tuesday, and then Wednesday night I would do a live reaction and then a review of Chucky episode 3, Hail Mary. And just so everybody knows, that review will have spoilers. But before I bring in Phil McCracken here, I do want to say hello to Phil McCracken as he left a message in the chat. And I also want to say hello to Spock's Friday Night. Good evening to you both. And let me go ahead and bring in Phil McCracken.
Hello.
Hello, Phil. How you doing tonight, brother?
It's been an interesting 3 days. Very interesting.
Yeah? Tell me about it.
Well, a lot of it's what you're going to be talking about, which is ironic.
Very true. And speaking of the stories I want to try to get through in this 2-hour edition, might go 2.5 hours for tonight. But one of the stories I wanted to talk about tonight was the passing of Dusty Hill, a member of ZZ Top. For anyone who might not be familiar with ZZ Top, being a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame rock band, great music too. He passed away yesterday at the age of 72. Also, it broke late Sunday evening that Comcast was shutting down G4 TV. So a year after it officially relaunched, G4 is now gone. Game over for them.
Lessons to be learned.
Mm-hmm. I also have an article here from comicbook.com about a Silent Hill announcement coming tomorrow. Then the other story I have here is from Cosmic Book News, and it says, yes, blame Kevin Feige for Skaar if you She-Hulk fans. And there's been some controversy around She-Hulk and Kevin Feige, one of the producers, one of the directors, even the star of She-Hulk. Then the other story I have here for tonight, special Tuesday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, is a rumor concerning Admiral Thrawn in the Ahsoka Tano series. And then our other story we have here tonight is Dune Sisterhood has started filming. So let's go ahead and go into the big story, and that's G4 being shut down by Comcast. So G4 faded once before, and it has faded once again. And you could point fingers if you want, and you might be right, you might be wrong, or you might be somewhere in between as to whose fault it is and why the second coming of G4 ultimately failed. So let me go ahead and get this article on the screen here. And here we go. Now, I found the article Sunday night on Variety, and it says G4 TV shuts down 2 years after Comcast tried to revive gaming network, resulting in layoff of 45 employees. Now, that is something you never like to see, is when individuals are laid off from a job. But, take it as you will. Those people didn't ask to be laid off. Those people didn't ask to lose their jobs. Those people didn't ask for the network to start off the way it did and then completely crumble. What do you think, Phil?
They're victims. Yeah. And I'll, like I said, wait to the end to throw my opinion out there. But the person I held responsible for all this tweets and laughs about it. I survived. That's not a joke when 45 people lose their jobs. That to me is that's lower than low. But I'll let you read the article,
Okay.
and I'll comment afterwards.
And I do want to also acknowledge Leia Rose in the chat. Good evening, Leia Rose. Hope you're doing well.
I laugh.
All right, so let's go ahead and start reading this article. So the article starts off by saying G4 is shutting down again. Comcast spec Spectator, the cable and entertainment giant sports and esports division, told G4 TV employees Sunday that the gaming network was shutting down effective immediately. The decision has resulted in 45 staff members of G4 TV losing their jobs. In a memo obtained by Variety, Comcast Spectacor, sorry for flubbing already, chairman and CEO Dave Scott cited lower viewership and said the network had not achieved sustainable financial results. And I'll also add my 2 cents after we're done reading this whole article as to what I think also factored in G4's downfall. Over the past several months, we worked hard to generate the interest in G4, but viewership is low and the network has not achieved sustainable financial results, Scott wrote. This is certainly not what we hoped for, and as a result, we have made the very difficult decision to discontinue G4's operation effective immediately. Comcast Spectacor in July 2020 said it would reboot G4 TV, which NBC Universal shut down in 2013 after the network first launched in 2002. Russell Aarons, the former Warner Brothers Machinima, EA, and Mattel exec who joined G4 as president in September 2021, left the company 2 months ago. The content studio and network officially returned to linear television on November 16th, 2021, after more than a year of the group releasing content online to test show new concepts. At launch, G4 TV was available on Comcast, Xfinity, Philo, the network's programming. Slate brought back the favorite legacy G4 shows like Attack of the Show and X-Play. In addition to Aaron's, Comcast Spectacor had hired 2 G4 alums, Brian Telwiger, most recently a WWE and former producer for G4's Attack of the Show, joined as vice president of programming and creative strategy. Blair Herter, who once worked on both X-Play and Attack of the Show, had come on board as Comcast Spectacor's vice president of content partnerships and brand development. G4 had established its own broadcast studio in Burbank, California, outfitted for professional esports gameplay. The roster of talent for the short-lived network included returning G4 host Kevin Ferreira and Adam Sessler, esports personalities Alex Goldenboy Mendez, host of NBC's The Titan Games, Overly May, and Frost. I'm just going to say Frost. WWE superstar Xavier Woods, aka Austin Creed, YouTube personalities KSMG Gerard, the completionist, Kali and Gina Darling, Twitch streamers Fiona Nova and Will Neff, live streamer Kodak Mikor. Sorry, for some reason Siri activated on my iPad. Okay, so it mentions everyone else who was part of G4 on its initial launch. It says G4's shutdown was first reported by Deadline. Read Scott's Sunday email to G4 staffers, and I'll go ahead and read that if you all want me to. And it says October 16th, 2022. Team. As you know, G4 was reintroduced last year to tap into the popularity of gaming. We invested to create the new G4 as an online and TV destination for fans to be entertained, be inspired, and connect with gaming content. Over the past several months, we worked hard to generate that interest in G4, but viewership is low and the network has not achieved sustainable financial results. This is certainly not what we hoped for. And as a result, we have made the very difficult decision to discontinue G4's operations effective immediately. I know this is disappointing news, and I'm disappointed too. I want to thank you and everyone on the G4 team for the hard work and commitment to the network. Our human resources team is reaching out to you to provide you with support, discuss other opportunities that may be available, and answer any questions you may have. Thank you again for all your hard work for G4. Sincerely, Dave Scott, Chairman and CEO of Comcast. All right. So before I ask everybody their individual thoughts and opinions, I do want to welcome our next panelist, who I'm sure, just like the rest of us, has his thoughts and opinions concerning the shutdown of G4. Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Do.
Welcome, Anonymous.
Yeah.
I can't help but sing along to that.
Good thing we're all muted then.
You know what? Anonymous, you just gave me another idea for a clip. Lundberg from Office Space. Yeah. I'm gonna
yeah,
need
if you
you
can
to
go, you can go ahead and not play that again. That'd be great. Okay. So yeah, how's it go, guys?
It's
How's
going
it going?
good. It's going good. Did you remember to file your TPS reports?
Didn't get the cover page.
It's in the memo.
Yeah. Okay. If you just go ahead and come in on Sunday, that'd be great.
All right, guys, let's have it. Who wants to go first on their thoughts on G4?
So
Frosk.
Frosk, we're gonna have to go ahead and let you go. If you could go ahead and just pack up your stuff and head on out before the end of the day, that'd be great. Okay.
Yes, Frosk, we need you to meet with the Bobs.
No, do not meet with the Bobs. Do not pass go. Just get your crap and get out.
Yep, that's pretty much what it is. No meeting with the Bobs, and
yeah, we're just gonna not pay her, and just it'll work itself out.
You know who shut down G4? Milton. Milton's the one that shut down G4. They're gonna shut this whole place down.
Yeah, they told me I could play my music at a reasonable volume, and they had sexism in gaming, and I didn't like that. No, they need to go. This is stupid. They deserve everything they got. Adam Sessler, the dirty twat. Frost, I don't care if she had the backing of everybody on G4 and the executives or whatever. It doesn't matter. It was somebody's stupid idea, and she executed it, and she executed G4 at the same time. So, you know what? Don't feel sorry for you. I don't care enough. You screwed everybody over. You gave them the big middle finger, and the fans talked. The fans did what they were going to do. And now it's your bed. You made it. Now you got to lie in it. Sorry, not sorry.
All right, Phil.
Well, as I've been saying for almost a year now, Warner Brothers learned a lesson. G4 learned a lesson. Now G4 is not here. When someone from your show goes off on a rant, and at the end of that rant tells the fans, don't like it, don't watch. Well, guess what? People didn't watch.
No.
She survived. Yes, she did. But 45 people lost their jobs. Okay? She got mad because of what? Quote unquote from her, she said, I wasn't as bangable as the previous toast. Well, if you have issues and you're in a public forum and you don't want to be sexualized, so to speak, then don't put yourself there, even in a negative manner. Even saying anything, when you first imply it, that's the first thing people are going to say, oh, she's upset. Well, I hate to bust the bubble for people. Sexism is everywhere. It's Mother Nature. You don't like it? Don't do it. I don't personally think, look, when everybody we hear plays video games, okay?
Yeah.
I know females that play video games. And a lot of times in the game, you're going to get harassed being a woman playing a video game. It happens, just like in real life. Either you have tough skin or you don't. Myself, I don't play video games because I'm looking to have a sexual encounter. I'm playing the game because I want to play the game. I don't care if the person next to me is male, female. I really don't care. I'm there to play a game if I'm playing a multiplayer game. I personally think she had an issue because maybe she didn't feel that she was as good looking as the previous toast. But the truth of the matter was, she's on a show that really people aren't there for that. They're there to play a video game or to hear about up and coming video games or games that you're going to review. Even if you don't like it, you're going to give them a review so that the fans know something about an up and coming game. G4 allowed this to happen. They allowed this to happen. I don't think it was prompt to in the show. I think they knew she was going to do this rant that she did. And they wanted let's be honest, okay? I'm going to throw it out there. It wasn't just
throw it out there.
It's not just G4. It's all your networks, your entertainment, everything. They all want to be seen. We're on the woke side. And that's a fact. Look at us. We stand for this. Look at us. We're supporting this. This should show people. People aren't in this like G4 to be heard about stuff like that. You don't want to go play a game and have politics thrown in it, real world thrown into it. You're in there to play a game and relax. And then when you're going to something like G4, you're going to look at something that they say, oh, here's up and coming Gotham Knights. Whoa, watch this. Oh, we had a 15-minute pre-play or whatever they call it, and we're going to tell you about it and what we think. That's what the purpose of the show. It isn't about if this girl's good looking or if this girl's bad looking. We really don't care. We want to. It's all about playing a game. So G4, congratulations! You stood up for ending sexism and stuff in video games, but at the same time, you didn't succeed in ending it, and you ended yourself at the same time. Got what you deserve. You can Warner Brothers is almost right behind you. So enjoy.
And let's also look at it from this perspective too, guys, is you have YouTube channels, you have Twitch channels, and there are those of us out there who would rather watch somebody actually playing the game for, 2, 3, 4, however many hours they decide to play a game, whether it's new or old, and hear that person's perspective instead of hearing something that's been, pre-approved because it's scripted.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Uh, I don't want nothing scripted. I want to see when I see you play Pacific or I see other people play, and not just on YouTube. In my like Discord, I watch people play. You know, I play with a lot of Fallout 76 the last year.
Mhm.
I like watching people play because I learn something, and then when I go in there and play Fallout 76, oh, I'll know I know this thing's here, this is there, that's there, cool, you know, kind of like a live walkthrough. And with you, Pacific, like I enjoy watching you, and I enjoy watching a lot of other people play online, you know, with and streaming at the same time. You fail. We want to see
Mhm.
you fail. I'm not cheering for you to fail, but failure is part of the gameplay. You know, we don't want to
Yeah.
see edited gameplay. We don't want to see CPU versus CPU. We want to see actual gameplay from the actual person playing it. We want to see that person, even if he struggles, we struggle with you and see you overcome it and then say, wow, man, congratulations, dude. That was tough for you. Took you 2 days, but you did it. You know,
Mhm.
when people understand that, you know, like I said, I wasn't a full G4 fan, but I did watch some stuff from G4. I like going to different places, uh, GameSpot or Shop or whatever, which one it is. They used to have a show. I stopped watching it. I don't know if it still exists or not, but I always went there because hey, up and coming game, and I want to see stuff. You know, before I make a decision in buying a game, first I watch.
Mhm.
And then if I think it's pretty cool, then I'll ask people around me that I know personally and say, "Oh, what do you think of this game?" And if I ask 10 people and 6 out of 10 say, "Yeah, it's a cool game, you'll like it," I'll be more tempted to wait and buy it as opposed to maybe someone saying, "Oh, 8 out of 10 people that I ask buy it." Then I might buy it right now. But that's how I usually work. I have two tiers: buy it right then and there, or wait for the price to fall and then buy it. If a lot of people don't, you know, if it's under 6, I wait for it to go to like 2.99 before I buy it. But yeah, I mean, think about it. I mean, recently we had the big game that last couple years was that Monster Hunter. When it first came out, it was like $80,
Mhm.
and then within the first month, no one was playing it. So, but I already had the news from people. Hey, you might want to wait for it. So I waited 2 years for it to go down in price before I buy it. So, but I use G4. I use different places. Now I'll be honest. YouTube for me is for my gaming. This is where I go find clues, hints, walkthroughs, and their reviews.
Yeah.
I left when I got done with G4 and I got done with the other programs like it. I just used individual YouTubers that I like that I know. Hey, they play these games. I have my full trust. If I didn't know you, Pacific, and I popped on your channel and you were playing what was the recent one I forgot?
Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider. I'm gonna watch you, and before I make buy that game, I'm gonna watch what you do. I'm gonna watch what you say about the game. I'll probably watch you from start to finish, and even that takes you about 3 months. If at the end of the 3 months you complete it, and you said this is a great game, people, I will buy it right away. Or if you say, hey, people, it's a good game, wait till it goes down in price and then buy it, then I will do it. But if you turn around and say, hey, guys, this game is not worth buying at all, forget about it, I walk
Mhm.
away.
Yep.
So that's where I get my, my look on the games. And, I think pretty much everybody else does that with YouTube now. They use
Yeah,
YouTube
and
for that.
when I saw that Shadow of the Tomb Raider was free for that week, it was free for on Epic Games. I thought, what's the harm? Either I'm going to like the game or I'm not going to like the game. If I don't like the game, I can always uninstall it.
Yep. Can't beat free. It can't be free.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you know what? I think the lady, and I've seen that clip 1,000 times. I think she was more hurt because when she joined the show and the person she replaced, yeah, she might have been prettier. And maybe she was a little hurt by it because the fans were judging her not as pretty. But I think 90% of the fans wouldn't have cared if she was pretty or not. They wanted her if she was there. It was the whole purpose was for her gaming, not how if she was available. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But I
they
think
want
she
to know that she has knowledge on not just the gaming industry, but the game that she's playing. And she's
right.
actually experienced playing the game for more than 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's a problem though. She done outed herself as a fraud. All the reviews were written by other people.
And that's on her. But like I said, if a show I don't care if it's a YouTube show, if someone brings her on as a member of their channel, and they're going to pay her, and she really doesn't play the games, who are you going to blame? I blame the person. In this case, if she didn't play it, G4's to blame, or who she's working for now. Don't forget, she hasn't been seen on G4 after that explosion. You know, we can say she was a member there. I think she was told to here's some hush money, walk away, and they tried to relaunch G4. They knew that it was a lava. It's lava, hot lava. It wasn't coming back. Comcast shouldn't have even tried. The best thing they could have done was just jettison G4 and start over, something new and fresh. You know. And G4, what happened to them? I mean, to me, different circumstances, but a lot of similarities with the end result. Look at Collider. Collider was big on YouTube. Fights happen. Where's Collider now? Gone. It's gone. There's no bringing it back. The infighting done destroyed it because people aren't going to watch infighting. And even if you go off and say, let's say Animas and Mike, you had the same channel, both co-hosts, you end up fighting and you break up, you'll have three groups of people. One's going to follow Animas, one's going to follow Mike. There'll be four. There'll be a third group that will say, yeah, I want to watch both. And the fourth group is going to say, I'm done with both of you. I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sad thing. And that's happened to some famous duos in YouTube. I won't mention their names, but we know two of them. We can never. I can always mention.
Yeah, I'm not mentioning their names here.
But you probably know who I'm thinking about. I guarantee.
I know, and they're not the only ones. Let's face it, they're not the only ones. There have been other, co-hosts that have separated and they don't do a show together on YouTube anymore.
Yep. But when I think of explosions of a successful show, G4 is number one now, and I put Collider number two. So,
Mike, don't worry. When we break up, I'm taking Godzillionaire, and you guys can have the rest, right?
Okay, but is Godzillionaire okay with that?
No, it does. He don't get a choice. He comes with me.
Well, you hear that, Godzillionaire? You don't get a choice.
If you take that, then Mike gets to keep the Animas.
He gets to keep you.
Song. The Animas theme song goes with Mike, right?
Yeah, he made that. I'm fine with the. He made that. It's cool, but he gets to keep you, Phil. He has to keep you.
That's okay. That's okay.
But here's another thing about G4 compared to when it first started and when it came back. When it first started, people were still actively renting video games from GameFly. I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but I know I haven't seen a GameFly ad in who knows when. And now people would rather watch a YouTube video or a live stream on YouTube or Twitch to find out whether the game's worth trying out or playing.
Yeah, a lot of the when a new game comes out, they don't hardly ever show any actual gameplay. They just show their cutscenes or
The cinematic.
cinematics part of it, and which doesn't tell you jack squat about the actual game. So yeah, Q2 was awesome for. I need to see some gameplay before I buy this thing. I don't. I mean, I don't have to like watch an entire stream of somebody playing it because I don't want to. I don't want spoilers because you still get spoilers. It's like I want to figure out the game for myself. I want to know that I solved this puzzle or I knew where to go here and do this thing or whatever, whatever game it is.
Mhm.
And I want that for myself, but all I need to see is actual gameplay, see if it looks like something I'd be interested in, something if the game mechanics are above par, all that little stuff. It doesn't take much for me to get interested. Just the style of game and the cinematic or the trailer for it will get me interested. But it's always nice to come to YouTube and try to find some actual gameplay to push me over the top, where I'm going to actually drop some money on it.
There was a Star Wars game recently. They were advertising. It ain't coming out for 2 years. I forget the name on top of my head. All we got was a cinematic. I can't even say it.
Cinematic.
Thank you. Trailer. And people were praising that game. Praising it. You didn't see 1 ounce, 1 second clip, even of a photo of gameplay. There's many great cinematic trailers or stuff in games. They're really cool, but the game stinks.
Mm-hmm.
But here there are
Yep.
people seeing a cinematic trailer, no gameplay, not even a picture of a gameplay, and they're already praising it like it was the second coming.
Because for some people, that's all it takes. If the CGI cutscenes look fantastic, well, then the rest of the game has got to be fantastic, right? No.
And I think that's where people want to see people play the actual game. Like I said, if I was interested in buying a new game and I wanted an RPG and you were playing Tomb Raider, I would watch you, Mike. I will wait for you to, at the end of your completion of the gameplay, say either it's a game to buy now, a game to wait to go on sale, or guys, totally stay away from the game. And I would take your word for it. And I think a lot of people trust more their favorite game playing YouTubers channels as opposed to G4 or shows, TV shows, or whatever kind of shows they're doing it now, like G4, or even some people that we would say is quite famous on YouTube to make their play the games, but they're not playing the game because they really enjoy it. They're getting paid to play it in a way. So, of course, they're going to promote it and say it's a great game. See, that's the other thing. Sometimes these people will say it's a great game, and I'm not mentioning any YouTubers, but there's some big name ones out there. They got caught. They thought the stream's over. Oh, I hate this game. But they're getting paid by and sponsored by the company that's playing, the game they're playing. So
Can't
always
trust them.
agree with that. That's
And
I
please
trust
welcome to the panel, Darren Norman Tag. Hey, Baron, what's up, brother?
Hi. Not much. I managed to see that you were on Tuesday here, so I snuck on in, and I trust nobody, specifically Phil McCracken.
Of course not.
No, of course not. Yeah. And I see you're talking about, of course, the G4 TV shutdown.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it because how am I sounding, by the way? Am I sounding pretty good here? I hope I am.
You're all right.
You sound good to me, brother.
Great. Because, back in the day, they were really good. And even Adam Sizzler
Yeah.
was, did a decent thing there. And I think this would have gone if they didn't go the woke attack that they did. They went right. I mean, for crying out, they went right after their core audience. Their core audience, right attack, right away, and that's what drove it away. I think you would have got it because, yeah, you got a lot of stuff on YouTube that are going out there, and yeah, these people are getting paid to, pay to play. It's payola, but a lot of times in the old days, they were very entertaining about it. And even YouTubers, let's face it, some of the YouTubers also are playing the payola game as well. Like Phil was saying earlier, they got caught after the show, after doing their stream, saying, "I really hate this," because they didn't realize they were still on. But
Hot Mike RB.
But I have to say, I'm kind of sad that I'm sad that it had to do this way. I'm sad that they cut their own throat. I'm sad that they had to bring in such a vile person as Frosk, or Foreskin, or whatever the hell her name was, and going out there with an impassioned, prepared, written diatribe by Adam Sessler.
Like, yeah, what the hell was that? Just like, what was he doing that otter clap there? Like, what?
Yeah. Well, did you see that? Did you see that when they were doing that? Frost went out there and did that diatribe. That
I mean, who hasn't seen it at this point?
But Adam Sessler was doing that.
What are you doing? Yeah, that's the kind of clap. That's the kind of clap a simp would do.
Oh. Hi, everybody! Hey!
Yeah. Hi, everybody! Hi, Dr. Nick.
This is the perfect example of get woke, go broke.
Oh, yeah.
Most gamers aren't woke morons, and they like some eye candy, and some of them probably expressed where's Olivia Munn, where's our
where's
our
Morgan
movie representation, so all they had to do was ignore those people. They might have went away. They probably would have stopped. Either they would have stopped griping about it after a little time, or they just would have went away, and you would have been left with the people who wanted to wanted the content that they were putting out. All they had to do was ignore it. They didn't have to raise their woke level to 11 and let everybody in the chat have it, and that just ticked everybody off.
Anonymous, you forget this is 2022. You have to be woke. You have to show that you're inclusive. All that other crap.
Yeah, they thought that. They was wrong.
And look where it always gets you. But again, it's just crazy. But again, they think that they're gonna appeal to somebody like me or whatever. That doesn't happen. I just see myself as just another human being. But if you really are gonna put a spin on this bullshit, guess what? That's what you really deserve. Or better yet, in the crotch.
I do feel sorry for the 45 employees. Not saying they weren't some involved, but to lose their jobs is not something that I don't think anybody would wanted, except for Frost, who pretty much, cheered that they did whatever her thing. First, she had the company behind her back supporting her. Mm-hmm. And then she felt, because it went all crashing down, that they somehow ditched her. Either way, move on, but you don't cheer that 45 people lost their jobs.
Oh, no. I'm not. The two people should have been fired. Frost and Sissler. Both
agreed.
Those two should have been wiped off the face of the earth over there at G4 and bring in some of the talent. I mean, what happened to Adam Sessler? He wasn't that way. And now he's a complete, total douchebag.
I personally think, and I said this about other forms of media, that there's a big powwow that was done, and I hate to say it, I think it was our government, but I do believe it. Hey, let's be more diversified, more inclusive, more acceptance. Well, you can throw it out to people, but it's not going to work. And it hasn't worked. So
here's the thing too, Phil. It doesn't have to be the government. Once any entertainment company in Hollywood sees that one company is going one way, they all jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah, they're all goose stepping together. They're more than willing.
They're
to
in
do
a
that.
bubble. They're in their own little bubble.
Well,
They talk to each other. They go to parties. They snort coke together. They diddle the kiddos together. They all know each other, and they're all in lockstep with each other. So when the new order comes down from on high somewhere, it all filters down, and it's like, oh, you need to believe this, and you need to do this, and they're like, all right, we can do that. That's fine. They talk to each other. They and some of them that don't agree, they will fall in line anyway because they got no balls. And
because they're lemmings.
Yes, they're all
Let's face it,
lemmings.
they're all
They
lemmings.
can't think for themselves.
No.
The ones that do get ostracized.
Good.
Look what's happened to Warner Brothers.
Mhm.
If you would have said that 20 years ago, the Warner Brothers would be in the predicament that they are, you would call me crazy. G4 is a prime example. When you're telling your fans, don't like it, don't watch it. Well, guess what?
Right.
No one
Yes, they're gonna all kindly leave and give you the finger while doing so.
Exactly. Don't get
And-
upset when you told them to do what they did.
Yeah, seriously, Patrick Soderlund from EA pretty much learned that the hard way, all because he didn't want his all because of first starting with her wanting his daughter wanting to understand, Daddy, why were there no women in World War II? I can play as a girl in Fortnite. Why can't I play as a girl in World War II? Because it's World War II, sweetheart, and it wouldn't be right. It's messing with history. But yeah, if you want to tell some stories about women of World War II, talk about make a mission about Nancy Allen, or talk about the Night Sisters bombing regiment from Russia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There we go.
Yep. But they don't.
Or if you want to talk about women in World War II, Rosie the Riveter.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah,
even
yeah,
the Queen. Even the Queen. She was a mechanic and driving vehicles around during the war. Her father didn't want her to do that, but there she was. She earned a lot of respect.
Queen Elizabeth actually did that? Holy crap! I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, she was she repaired vehicles and drove around and in the service corps over there. Of course, they weren't going to put her in combat, but driving around London at that time with the bombs dropping was bad enough.
Huh.
I don't want to speak about the bad people, but even on the German side, they had two of the Kaiser's Kaiser king, who wasn't king at the time. His son
I know.
served in,
Kaiser basically fell when Hitler took power. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The two of his sons served in World War II, even though the Kaiser never was a backer of the bad party.
No.
So,
You had a lot of people that weren't party members that were fighting because they're fighting for Germany, not for the little Austrian.
the little corporal.
Mm-hmm. Well, the little corporal was Napoleon.
Oh, I'm bad.
Little corporal was Napoleon, even though little Austrian was a corporal also.
It's still no. Go ahead, Baron. Sorry.
Oh no! I was just going to sit back and say is, Frost needed to do that because everybody knows that she's not a gamer and she doesn't know anything.
Of course.
I think it was, like I said, more that she was hurt, that she felt the previous host was more, people liked her.
Mm-hmm.
And they liked her, and she was pretty. I mean, look, if I told everybody here, we're going to have a TV show opening and we need a anchor.
Mm-hmm.
9 times out of 10, you're going to put a woman up there. And I'm be honest, they got to look good. If they don't look good, you're not going to be on the you're not going to be a weather woman. You're not going to be a news anchor woman. And if they age, they kindly sweep you aside. That's the name of the game. That happens even in Hollywood with actresses. After 5 or 10 years, they move on. That happens in the music industry. 5 or 10 years, then you move on. Sometimes you're eye candy, and sometimes you're not. There's nothing you can do about it.
Well, some of that has changed a little bit, Phil. I mean, some of these women are getting careers as they gain older. I mean, where they at one time, no, we're not going to be hiring this woman because she's 50-some years old. Nicole Kidman's still getting parts in these. Things have changed a little bit. when it comes around to the news with news anchoring, yeah, I mean, it's not just the women. They want to try to get good-looking men out there too. It's like they want to have good faces, even
Yeah, of course, and I'm
Ahsoka.
pretty sure all those good looking dudes probably have absolutely like zero talent, most likely.
Oh,
I mean,
I live in an area where the local TV anchor is the highest paid news anchor in the United States, Jim Gardner. The man's old as me. He attempted to retire and they brought him back, but he came back because more he was bored. And he is, like I said, he is almost, I think he's 78, 79, and he's not on, like I said, he's on the local channel. He's not on the main ABC channel.
Yeah.
But if you go to the East Coast, anywhere in the East Coast, you'll hear his name up and down. And like I said, he's been doing it since I longer than I've been alive.
I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, we had the same thing here with Dave Moore in the Twin Cities. He's been long dead, but he was sitting in that chair at the news anchor desk for the longest time too. And as it went along, it's like, okay, instead of doing the 3 newscasts, it's down to 2 newscasts. But we also had some women. In fact, we had one here who, was up there, what we considered up there in age for talent. She was also friggin' blind. She was so popular, but she started losing her eyesight, so she was wearing the earpiece, and they were basically feeding all the words into, so she just repeated onto the screen. But yeah, for a while there, she was doing it blind, and then she just said, "Nah, I'm done." Or she'd probably still be there.
Sometimes the fans, even like something like the news, or even in any of your entertainment, there's exceptions to the rule, and I mean, even actresses. I mean, the same thing. You can get an actress like Sally Field. If she right now she don't have to ever work again, but if someone offers her a role and she thinks she likes it, she takes it. Where there's some group of women that are a little upset that 10 years after their popularity's gone, and it does happen, they're upset and they can't figure why they can't get a role.
I know why. Well, number one, there's
I'm not
tiers.
going to mention his name.
No, there's tiers of levels of actresses like Sally Field and Helen Mirren. They're accomplished. They're great actresses, and yes, they can get jobs anytime they want, basically, because some movies will write roles for these people. They are on the high level. They're mid tier and lower. Those people are only good. They have an expiration date. Once they hit a certain age or their looks start to fade, they don't want them anymore. Number one, because they're not going to be bringing in people to the seats. They don't have a gravitas that people are attracted to. Like the name me somebody else who's like high up there.
Well, I can name you a guy that was high up there.
I don't care about the guys. I care about the women.
Diane Keaton.
Look at Angela Lansbury.
Angela.
I mean,
she's a good actress.
Yeah, I mean,
and I mentioned Diane Keaton too.
Yeah,
yeah. So
then,
anybody,
you get the look at what was her name? Trying to think of her name. She was really popular and it started in the 2000s, and now she disappeared. Britney Spears.
Well,
what's she doing today?
She went crazy, so that's a different.
That was the start of her career, and again, she's been trying to struggle to stay relevant. Kind of ever since that massive
just like Madonna's still trying to stay relevant.
By her apparently coming out. I mean, I'm pretty sure people kind of knew she was like she swung that way for a long time. It's like this is not a surprise to anybody.
Some people can accept their career declining, but there are some people, and Baron, you probably can agree with me on this. Particularly, I'm not singling out women because it happens to men, but if it's a woman in particular, and you don't recognize that they're popular or had been popular, their feelings is butthurt.
Well, I think a lot of ego in Hollywood, male and female, I think it's about equal. If you don't, it's one of those things where they complain about being noticed in public, but when you give them that respect and that bother them, then they start getting upset that nobody's fawning over them. It's like,
Don't you know who I am?
yeah, exactly. And
I'll tell you. I'll tell you guys a story, and it's a true story. My dad was a California Highway Patrol officer, and one day he pulled over Aunt Margaret.
mm,
Who?
And the reason why he pulled her over, she was speeding.
mm,
And she did try to give my dad that, don't you know who I am? And her husband was telling her, be quiet.
Oh, boy.
And my dad's all press hard, 4 copies.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't care.
And then she's all, I'm going to speak to your sergeant. Well, the sergeant gets the report. The sergeant says, you did well.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Back when the cops had semblance of respect nowadays. Now, some of them, I mean, I'm not really sure all of them. I don't know. I still respect all the cops that are doing their good job, but those who just will gladly take bribes from, especially if it's from a celebrity or again, there have been, I think I even saw a cop who basically tried to get a warrant out for a guy because the cop had sympathy for a woman who cheated or something. I don't really remember the details, but he went out and got a warrant for her ex's arrest, for the lady's ex's arrest or whatever. That's really scummy.
Well, you've always had those a-holes. And there's also one thing when it comes around to celebrities, too. They start out, then they get full of themselves. Somewhere along the line, most of them get kicked in the teeth enough and they come back down to reality. And then they're the greatest people to interact with. But it seems like, whether music, you're in the movies, you're in TV, or even New York in the play, you have that one point where you get just a little too full of yourself and think that your shit doesn't stink and you can walk on water. And then something comes along and knocks them down. Some people don't necessarily mean. Take a look at what's his name from Airwolf.
And Michael Vincent.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, he was one that went up that way and destroyed himself completely, and would never sit back and blame himself and blamed everybody else for basically him killing himself. I mean, obviously he didn't put the gun in the mouth, but the way he was living. But then you get the others that. I saw that person 20 years ago. He's a complete total asshole. Then you meet him now. It's like he's the most humble person, or she's the most humble person there is on the face of the earth. Frosk could have been that. Mm-hmm. Sure, she didn't have necessarily. When she cleans up, she looks pretty good. But even then, she could have gone out there without that attitude, and people would have probably liked her.
Yeah, but then again, she's the type of chick who looks like she would not look out of place in an all-female biker gang. Mm-hmm. She would not look the least bit out of place.
No, she doesn't. I mean, with all the tattoos and all that for crying
exactly.
Out loud. Sometimes, let's be honest, even a half. I'm not just, I'm trying to be chauvinist here. You can have the beautiful woman of the world, but if she does a thing like Frost, it made her look ugly.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
What she was complaining about. If she wanted the appeal, then don't try to compare yourself to the person you replace. That's always a no-no.
Yeah.
I don't care if
exactly.
Use it for anything. But she was dead set on, I'm not as bangable as the previous toast.
Yeah, exactly. Just like charisma is the biggest thing that will get people to like you. If you don't got charisma, you got an attitude.
Right.
That
humility
is what's gonna tear people away from you.
Man, there's been several women throughout my life that I've seen on TV or movies or whether I thought were they probably weren't they're not beauty queens or anything, but I thought they were very pretty, very beautiful women, and until I heard them talk, and then they just completely turned me off. Freaking back in the day when I saw Janine Garofalo, I thought she was very pretty, and then I heard her talk, and I was like, no thanks, I'm done. You're no longer on my radar, and then Maslany, She-Hulk.
Yeah.
I always thought she was
Yeah.
a pretty girl, and now she's about as ugly as Don Rickles.
Well, then again, I mean,
Because
you could probably get
anytime-
work voice roles.
And anytime you hear somebody speak, I'm sure there's somebody that said it about me.
Well, it's not. I'm not talking about your voice in general. I'm talking about talking about the crap that comes out of their mouth.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
not
That's
the
what I'm trying to
voice.
get at.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason why you're not on camera. We understand that, Mike. We really do.
Oh, yeah. I understand.
Yeah, I'm kidding, Mike. I'm kidding.
But let's go ahead. Even though it's not one of the articles for tonight, let's go ahead and talk about the whole She-Hulk thing and what's going on with that fiasco. Because there is a story where I'll go ahead and bring that up before we talk about the Thrawn rumor.
Mhm.
But between what Frost said, a year ago on G4 to what's being said now, as far as She-Hulk and the MCU, Kevin Feige, and all that, load of malarkey, load of BS. Yeah, I mean, She-Hulk, it's a mess of a show. I know I've only seen clips, but from what I've seen, it's a mess of a show.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the writers and producers, Kevin Feige included, are saying, well, it's because of, the toxic males and, it's this particular demographic of viewers that are going to start throwing a fit about the show because it doesn't do this, doesn't do that. All any of us ever want is to be entertained by a well-written show with characters we actually give a fuck about.
Mm-hmm. Well, exactly. I mean, they made it known they went out with the intent on the show to piss people off.
And that's even more annoying. Just like, seriously, you guys intended all of this to everyone for us to not like this. The only people who really actually like this are I'd say they're just very much in denial, or they don't want to upset the woke mob because, again, they're afraid of getting canceled by literal fools on the internet.
Mm-hmm. I mean, people were giving her, the actress, giving her kudos. They were saying, yeah, she's doing a good job. And what does she do? She turns around and attacks. If there's one thing that people were saying was a good thing about the show, it was her. So what's she going to do? Oh, you're praising me? Well, I'm going to give you an FU too. I mean, if you haven't listened to Paul Chattel, if you haven't listened to Paul Chattel, he had a great breakdown on this a couple days ago, and I laughed my ass off about it too. But yeah,
Midnight Touch in the Morning.
What now?
Talk about Paul Chato on Midnight Touch in the Morning.
No, it was on his own channel. Call me Chattel.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And Pat and Wannabe, if you want to come on and talk about your thoughts on She-Hulk, you're more than welcome.
Well, wasn't it an actor or an actress that was a couple weeks ago? I'm not sure if it was. I think it's one of the Marvel shows that told somebody was complaining about the show, and the lady says, "Well, I got paid for it." I believe it was for
it was one of the co-stars on She-Hulk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So my show stinks, and I got paid for it, and I'm going to brag about it. So when your show's bombed, then you need to get a new job because, shows don't last forever.
Exactly.
You're going to go to the next person that you're trying to get a job from to be on the show, and the person's going to look at you. Well, back in the day, they would have looked at you and said, you pretty much told off your fans, and you want to get on a new show, and you think we're going to let you tell off any attempts to piss off our fans and start this show? No.
But that's the problem. That's the problem. They feel emboldened. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was. Go ahead.
All right. They feel emboldened to do these things. They feel like they got the studios and the executives have their back, so they feel free to do these things. They they have no fear, just like right now, all these drag queens and pedos and stuff. They're doing all this stuff because they feel like they can get away with it because they have the back of the left. They're helping them, and they're running cover for them. So they don't mind getting out and doing these family friendly drag shows and doing stuff to kids. Yeah, that's I did the exact same thing. Yeah. So yeah,
I think Jet did even better.
Yeah. When they're in their little world and all they know is the people who are just yes men telling them, "Yeah, you go, girl, you slay queen, we got you back." They feel emboldened to do all this stuff, and they don't care about the consequences because they don't think there is going to be any consequences.
Well,
But
This might be a bad example, but it's just like a kid who's not told no. If you don't tell a kid no, the kid's just going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it.
Doing worse.
Well, they can
exactly.
Keep doing it, and like I said, Marvel, Star Wars, all under Disney umbrella. They can keep doing what Warner Brothers did. They can throw the shows out there, tanked, and keep on tanking. I don't care what business you are. There's a point, more like Warner Brothers, the money tree is going to end.
Well, the thing is what you have here also is even worse than what you were saying, Phil. They went out there and intentionally said they made a show that was going to be unwatchable and piss people off. And you never do that, and they did that. They broke that. It's one of the secret little things, even if they were going to do it. And especially with the Warner Brothers situation, they have just put some nails in their coffin for their career. Because these studios are going to sit back and say, this person just said this to everybody, that they're making shows that they don't want you to watch. What are we going to do? And they said it right outright. They said it right there.
Could you imagine this, Baron, if this was done in the 90s or the 80s or let alone in the 70s? I would tell you what would have happened. And you probably would agree with me on this. People would have said, we're done with Marvel and wouldn't touch it ever again with the 10-foot pole. And Marvel will wither away on a vine. And I don't care if it was still attached to Disney and Disney managed to make 10 super hit movies. It ain't going to benefit Marvel. Well, they're already in trouble with both Marvel now and Star Wars. What else do they got? Yeah, they might have people going to their amusement parks, but that's not going to be enough to keep them to say, hey, we're going to take from the amusement parks and we're going to put it over here to buff up Star Wars. Well, you can buff up.
But they already do that, Phil. Most of the money that they earn is from the theme parks.
Yeah, but that's only going to last so long. And they're even in their amusement parks, it ain't been hits. It isn't like like it was 30 or even 20 years ago, where people were going maybe 2 or 3 times to Disney parks. You might be going once every 5 years.
Or once in your lifetime.
Yep.
Yeah. I've only been to Disneyland once. And the thing is Disney is really hurting with the theme parks now for many reasons. One, of course, the COOF didn't help matters much. They jack prices up like you can't believe that an average person can't go out to the park anymore.
And they canceled those annual passes too.
Yeah. So, I mean, those are gone. That brings people in. People are getting pissed off at Disney, and they are calling them the G word, the groomer. I don't care if I get yelled at for saying that. I don't care. That's what they are. But the thing is the theme park was the thing that was keeping Disney alive. They could sacrifice films because they had the theme parks to fall back on. I don't think they're filling up that. The only way they're filling up that Starship experience is by giving out these passes to people to go out there, sycophants to go out there and say, it's the most wonderful thing in the world. You got to do it. Even though they didn't, they got it for free so they could write this stuff up.
Get social media influencers.
3,000 a night for that Star Wars
Galactic Star Cruiser. Just
why would a family even pay I'm sure. I think if I remember correctly, it's 3,000 for one person, or 2 people.
6,000 for a family of 4.
No, I don't care.
I was going to say you you could pay $6,000 for a family of 4 to spend a week at Disney.
Mm-hmm. And
my,
now
my sister and I went to Disney World 2 years ago before everything shut down, and that cost us a lot of money to do. But we hadn't been to a Disney theme park in over 30 years, and we thought, wouldn't it be fun to go to Walt Disney World and experience a Disney park again? And this is before all the Gina Carano and everything else that's going on.
Oh yeah,
I would go to Universal before I go to, because I mean, you're going to tell me I would pay $6,000 and okay, I can go to Universal. I can go see Megatron and get a picture taken with Megatron, and then come back 2 hours later, and I can get Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, and I don't have to pay no $6,000.
And
one shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly? Who disrupts my coronation?
No, Optimus Prime, no. It still hurts. But, you know, when you're saying that $6,000, that's just to put your head on the pillow. And then you got to buy all this other stuff, which is jacked up.
The bar, the Kyber Crystal, it's a liquor. It's a little shot. And I think it's like $5,000 for that one little shot.
On the gold.
What? I can buy a car with that much money.
I'm not joking. It's called
bars
the
that you can go in. One of their bars that you can go into at Galaxy's Edge, you can only be in there for 45 minutes. What the fuck?
Right.
Sometimes I do like a particular person. I don't watch it much anymore, but he goes to the amusement park, especially Disney down in Florida. And half the time, I'm not mentioning names. But
I think
so half the time the park is either half full or down to a quarter attendance, and that's summertime. Good weather. There was no hurricanes or anything during the summer. There was no coof or anything going on. It to me. And then when they go to another person, I see go into Universal and do a live walkthrough. I see Universal to have twice or three times the amount of people.
You want to know why? Because ticket prices are not as expensive. Hotel stays aren't as expensive. And another thing is Universal keeps everything up and running. Unlike Disney, where you're hearing people who go there say, oh yeah, this ride's down again, that ride's down again.
It's a shit show.
Yeah. I think Disney has lost, let's forget the Marvel and Star Wars, but Disney overall as popularity with the original Disney stuff, dealing with Mickey Mouse and stuff like that, their amusement parks. I can't say for sure about their Disney boat that they go out on cruises.
The Disney Cruise Line.
I don't think Disney is in the same place it was during the time when they had its comeback with the Lion King and all that, where it brought Disney back, and you thought Disney has come back to where it was supposed to be. I don't think right now it's even at halfway at what it was during that time. I think Disney has lost a lot.
And you can put the blame for that on Iger.
Yes, I do. I agree. Yep. I don't see kids walking around. I have kids in my neighborhood that go on their bus, and the bus stops near my house. And I don't see Disney backpacks. I don't see Disney shirts. I don't see that anymore. 5-10 years ago, I did see Disney stuff. Do you know where I'm finding a lot of Disney stuff? Like
dumpster.
Five Below. I don't know if you guys have it near you guys.
Yep.
But
my gosh. I remember going to one when I was visiting family down south. They actually had action figures with freaking face masks on them.
But that's where I'm seeing a lot of the Disney Star Wars, Disney, the MCU, and traditional Disney stuff,
Right.
$5 store. Where before, maybe 20 years ago, you would have to go into the mall to something like Hot Topic, and to touch a Star Wars shirt, you had to pay $20. Now you can get Boba Fett or the Mandalorian for $5 at the damn excuse my language Five Below. You know,
I said worse.
I think we all
When
missed
have
the
I
sub.
censored? When have I censored you guys? I just put
Yeah.
the warning and disclaimer up there for anybody who may not find it appropriate.
I think we all missed the point of this. Phil watches little kids.
and I'm a grandfather. I'm a grandfather.
But you notice how much spying do you do on these kids, Phil?
My grandkids, I watch like a hawk.
Your grandkids or other people's grandkids?
No, my grandkids.
He's like Jimmy Stewart in Rear Window. But the big thing is what we're looking at here is, of course, the incompetence of the staff, the people that are running Disney is one problem. The COOF didn't help matters much. Of 2008, when we had that little problem where people were using their credit cards like mad, couldn't pay them off, and went through all this bankruptcy, and now what they're doing is the same damn thing, and that's how they're going to these parks, is by maxing out credit cards. We're going into this huge recession. I don't care what anybody says. Look at the prices. We're in a recession.
We're already there.
People can't afford these higher prices for having entertainment. They have to pick and choose. And Disney, you're losing. You don't have your Disney stores no more. You go to the mall, to the Disney stores to get stuff. I believe they're pretty much all closed for whatever reason. This is the things that's coming apart. They're going to have to. They're going to have to sell some of their investments. They will. Watch some of these entertainment investments they have get sold out, just like the car companies back when the car companies were having problems, and GM had to divest the stuff and no longer have certain car models no more, and have the government bail them out. Ford went out there and sold off Rover and Volvo and a few other of the brands that they bought under Nassar, and then get rid of the Mercury, again, divest another car brand, and the same thing with Dodge. Well, right now we're looking at that with the industry, with the entertainment industry, and they're going to have to do the same thing. Either sell or drop them.
Like Warner Brothers did, just like Warner Brothers did.
I know some people are sitting back saying that they're kind of doing a big hatchet job over there, but, I have a sneaky feeling this is the result of this glut. It wouldn't have been so draconian if it would have been stopped earlier. But no, they allowed the woke in there, and what happens when you go woke? You go broke.
Yep, and let's go ahead and read this article and find out some information here. So this comes from Cosmic Book News, and it says, yes, blame Kevin Feige for Skaar. F you, She-Hulk fans. Kevin Feige continues to destroy the MCU and spit in the face of Marvel fans. And the author says, exactly like I said, yes, we have Kevin Feige to blame for Skaar and She-Hulk. This week's final episode revealed that the Mark Ruffalo Smart Hulk returned from space from planet Skaar, but the Hulk didn't return alone. The Hulk revealed to his family at the picnic that he now has a son, Skaar. However, this isn't the Skaar comic book fans know, but a version that Kevin Feige came up with, as confirmed in a post-finale interview with She-Hulk showrunner Jessica Gao and star Tatiana Maslany. And I do want to welcome the Padawan wannabe onto the panel.
Oh, there he is.
Hello.
And it goes on to say, from the beginning, we often talked about if there would be a cameo at the end, or in typical Marvel fashion, when we tease a new character at the very end. A big cameo would be completely dependent on who is available and who is willing to do it. And you can't really bank on that at the script stage. Okay, so to Variety, we talked a lot about what character we could tease. Ultimately, it was Kevin who decided it should be Skaar. His look is all Kevin Feige. All right.
Beautiful.
So Gal goes on to say Kevin was very specific about with Skaar, so I'm sure there's some plan in the future, though. I have no idea what that might be. We all knew that Daredevil had to come back because people love him and their chemistry is so great. I only wish that Patty Guggenheim at Madison had come back in the finale. Sorry, as Madison had come back in the finale. That's my great regret. Regarding the look of Skaar, it's unknown why Kevin Feige completely changed the look of the character, which is really disappointing.
Male pattern baldness.
You know what it looks like? Looks like somebody just took a razor and decided we're going to shave the front of your head and then we're going to leave the hair in the back.
Yeah, it
That's
looks like
that's
a
like
That looks so stupid.
fraternity prank.
mhm.
He got drunk and passed out, and that's what they did to him.
Yeah. They managed to the wash off all the little dick markings that they put on his face too.
And real quick, I do want to welcome in our next panelist.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger...
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
Quiet!
We'll try not to trigger poor Cash.
No, Phil sent me a message. Get on Pop Talk, man. Like I was busy earlier, but I'm here now. So, Phil's-
That's
Sure,
right.
right,
I wasn't gonna bug you. I didn't know what you had going on tonight. So
Remember, Cash Money, it's better to be never than late.
I agree.
Did I say that right?
Wait, I think
Yeah, it's close enough.
it's all right. How are you guys all doing?
doing
Yeah, I'm
good,
doing
right?
great.
Nice.
We talked about G4, and now we're talking about the mess that is She-Hulk.
G4. Yeah, there was a video that came out that basically Marvel admitted that they said that basically they messed up. My friend was telling me about it. He sent me this video. I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to watch it probably this week. But basically saying Marvel messed up on a lot of different things on this show. It's like, oh, I think a lot of us could have told you that, but sure.
Yeah. The first thing was greenlighting it.
Yep.
It's like
No pun intended.
that's like the soldier guys sitting on the in Germany go, are we the baddies? You know, it's like you get done doing the show and you make it, you put it out there, let everybody watch it, and then you realize, oh, I think we messed up. How dim are you?
No.
Well, we can find out how dim one of the stars is. And as in this article, the interview also sees Maslany F-bomb fans, aka the trolls. Reading the script, it was so true. There is so much resistance to a woman just existing in that space of superheroes. Bullshit.
Wonder Woman.
No, the real She-Hulk.
Yeah.
The comic book one.
Yes.
Supergirl. Batgirl.
Black Cat.
Power Girl. Mrs. Fantastic.
No, you mean the Invisible Woman?
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with if there was a woman or not. The
Yeah,
show
and
was
it's not
crap.
just the comics. It's also the shows, the Justice League, the different ones, Cheetah, all these different characters were they're pretty amazing.
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, but again, they don't care because we live in a time where basically everyone's trying to be the first at doing something constantly all the time.
Yes,
And
I
if you
agree,
don't
dude.
like it, they throw out the two keywords: troll
Yes.
You're an ist, you're
or
a
a
phobe.
racist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Not
guess
racist
what?
Without being them.
Does that make me one because I got darker skin? Does that make me one?
Yeah.
You're a
All-
black, white
All I
supremacist.
know, right? All I know is that these
Oh,
shows
right.
are made for people that like comic books, just like Justice League was, and now these shows are made for this is another audience they found, I guess. But the question is She-Hulk going to get another season? It might not. And if it doesn't, then what? It's time to blame the fans again.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
that's
if it
exactly
doesn't
where
get a
they're gonna
second
go.
season, good, because I don't think I want to see any more of literally arguably one of the most popular characters in Marvel Comics, probably doing that stupid dance, even though she's a freaking lawyer.
Right. And somebody, I saw a comment earlier, some random comment that said, why can't superhero characters just be superheroes again and fight crime and stuff? I said, I don't know. That's an interesting question.
That's what
that was
a
just
superhero
part
I'm
of it.
writing does. Hell,
Mhm.
there's even a little there's maybe a little bit of detective work involved in places. But hey,
Mhm.
I guess I'm just being a traditionalist here.
Right.
how
There's nothing
dare
wrong
you?
with being traditionalist. They
No.
Yeah,
both
well, I
do
say,
this bad, but
if
there's nothing
you
wrong
don't
with
like tradition, bam, zoom to the moon. As my grandfather would always say.
I love
Yep.
this guy. I love this guy, folks. He's great.
So the article goes on to say that Miss Lonnie said there's always going to be that. I sort of anticipated it. It's why I also feel it's important. There's such an entitlement to space held by certain people, and to even exist as She-Hulk is like a fu. And I love that, said Miss Lonnie. Gal also, you know, we all know it's crap.
Yeah.
Gal also reveals from the start of the show they were baiting the fans. That shows they have no respect for the fans.
Right.
Our writer's
And-
room opened 3 years ago. The fact that we were able to predict what the reaction was going to be, what a lot of the trolling comments were going to be, really shows how very tired and unoriginal these trolls are. No, you knew what you wanted, you knew the kind of reaction you wanted, and you got it.
Mhm.
Yep. After being it's so-called, according to them, tricked, you're tricking your fans to get that way. You expect them to come back to your next show and actually watch it and support it. How can anybody here say, I'm going to be an MCU fan after that?
And
If this
this
was
is the
done in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, if this was done, tank the MCU, tank Marvel. No, besides Spider-Man, everything else would have been tanked. And thank God Disney does not own Spider-Man. That's all I have to say on that.
Unfortunately, they do, Phil.
No, they
They
do
may
not.
not have the rights for the movies, but as far as the comics and the character are concerned,
but
they still have the
Fox
right.
has the right to say where
Fox
that
is part of
character is.
Disney now, Phil.
It's
Sony has Spider-Man.
Look, when they made the new deal, and they were lucky they got the new deal
For the movies, Phil, for the movies.
For the movies. But Sony is still in control of that. The only thing Sony let them do is say, yes, you can use the character, and we're going to take a certain percentage. And yeah, since you're actually making a movie, you're getting a larger percentage. But that is Sony. And if Sony feels that I can guarantee if Sony thinks Disney's going to do to the Hulk, do that to the Spider-Man, you won't have a movie. They'll do it themselves. They will not let them do that. No.
Well, Spider-Man is in kind of a limbo now because of all this hitting the fan like it has been. And this is, I think, the first time
had a hit. It's the only movie or show that they had a hit.
And as it goes, is when they're actually coming out and really saying it. I mean, we know behind the scenes they were saying it, but now they're coming out there and telling everybody, yeah, our intent was to turn away the people that this was aimed for and attack them and call them names.
Well, even in this paragraph right here from Gal, it says that really tickled me because the little troll that lives inside of me really loves trolling the trolls. So they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They were being antagonistic.
Right. And, just like Just Sparks was saying, they're trying to say that they're the first to do something, The thing is they live in a 20-year bubble. They don't realize a lot of this stuff was already done. I mean,
yeah, 20 years, 30 years, hell, even up to 50 years, barriers were broken as far back then. But they just don't. But they just don't ever see that. All those other people paved the way for all of them, and now everyone is just like grasping at straws to find what's wrong with the world. And this is what the core root of what culture is all about. They're grasping at straws to find something wrong with everything in the world.
Yeah, they live in a 20-year bubble where if it's anything older than 20 years, they don't know anything about it. I mean, what's her name? Mikey Spock. When she sat back saying she's the first black lead in the Star Trek series. Excuse me?
Avery Brooks.
Excuse me?
Yes, Avery Brooks as Captain Sisko. Everyone just forget about him.
Yeah. Say black lead or black woman because that's bull crap.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
At first, they said a black lead, and then when they got called on it, then they started. Well, she's the first black captain in Starfleet.
Wrong.
Geordi's mom. What about Star Trek 4? What about
What about Star Trek?
Star Trek
2. No, 3. What about Star Trek 3?
Even Avery Brooks himself, I don't think he said that. Yeah, he didn't really care that he was, the first anything. He was just another one. He was just a captain of a ship.
But
here's another thing. Even in the animated series, Uhura did have command of the Enterprise. I don't care if it's the animated series or not. She still had command before Michael Burnham was even a thought in Alex Kurtzman's mind.
Remember Conspiracy, the first season episode of Star Trek Next Generation? I believe the youngest Starfleet captain was a black woman.
Yep. What about the admirals? I just watched a freaking episode where there was a black admiral telling Picard what to do.
Yeah.
But
the person did this get out of joint at all? No, this never got out of joint. We never thought anything about it. We didn't care that Avery Brooks was black. We cared that he was good.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. This is what the problem with these guys are. They trying to push race into everything. It does not freaking matter.
Nope.
Yeah,
they echoed this with
you're not going to listen to anyone who's a quote unquote. I don't even know why that gave me want to use that term, cis white male. Well, guess what? You're hearing it from a dude who's black. So shut your damn mouths.
And here's the thing: whenever we saw an admiral on screen given an order to any of our hero captains, even in the later seasons of Voyager, we didn't care what color skin they were. We just go, "Oh, that's Admiral so and so." They're telling Picard to go here. They're telling Sisko, the Dominion's got our flank. We got to find a way to respond to that.
Well, I mean, the part of Sisko was ethnically neutral. They were going after anybody. William Campbell, Trelane, and Koloff from the original Star Trek series. He was up for the lead of Sisko.
Even Billy D. Williams was up for the lead of Sisko.
Right. But you know what? They got the right guy.
Yeah, they did.
Not because of the color of the skin, but because of the attitude and the talent.
But they echoed what a couple months before, what the actress that played that Reva said, "I am the first lead black woman or black person, black person in Star Wars."
Yes.
Lando, does anybody remember Lando?
We love Lando, even if he did.
That gives me a freaking aneurysm.
Look, when an actor goes to a series, they always take a moment, it might be a day or two, and they'll review it in some form, or somebody reviews it with them, so they at least have some hint about the show. Goes to show you they don't do that. She said something, and you don't realize that one of the first people in Star Wars, Lando, which nobody in the world in 1981 cared if he was black. No one.
You guys saw. Again, you kind of know Billy D. Williams came off as a bit of a playboy as Lando when he first saw Leia. But now we turn him into a freaking pansexual in the Solo.
Well, that's what Billy D. Williams actually thinks of himself.
He is not pansexual. He goes, whatever they want to do. He goes, my character is not pan. He's a ladies' man.
Yeah.
exactly. And there's nothing wrong with the guy. I mean,
He
sure,
hits on
you don't
Leia
want
when
to
they
say
get
he's
to
not.
Cloud
If he's not,
City.
yeah, I mean, again, I can understand if you don't want to make him a chauvinist. That's a different story. But if he's just saying just a casual flirting guy, that's
But
fine.
if he is a character like that, then the female character could say, "Go fuck yourself."
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with saying that. Again, that's the thing. I say this: if you're acting like a chauvinist, and the same thing goes with if you're a woman. If you're constantly flirting around guys and you make them feel uncomfortable, guess what? You are basically liable to get knocked down a peg, whether it's verbally. I wouldn't say really, but I'd say better to be verbally, or have you be humiliated, get a little egg on your face.
You just hold her arms and shake her a little bit and stop it. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'd say it's more funnier just to have some crazy humiliation happen to her.
I would like to know if Marvel understands this. So you guys know who Blade is, right? Like Blade,
yes, literally the man that kicked off the modern superhero craze. Why superheroes got so popular?
He's a pretty badass dude.
Yeah. If you notice, the big three, Marvel's done it, Disney's done it, and the last show that I have a problem with, The Rings of Power. Yeah. Their main theme and battle cry is: if you don't like your show, you're a racist. You're a hater. You can't dislike anything today. They throw the word racist, they throw the word haters and stuff like they do a penny in the parking lot when you leave.
And they automatically think it's just a bunch of white dudes saying that stuff, and they just ignore the fact that there are women and even people like who are people of color like me or and other quote unquote minorities that don't like this crap. I mean, again, my dad, who's a hardcore Tolkien fan, he pretty much wrote that show off. He wrote it off. My mom wrote it off.
If you don't like it, whether it's Lord of the Rings or anything else that's on right now, you're automatically labeled as someone from a certain political party.
Yep.
That's not even the truth.
Cool. Bye.
I don't like talking politics, but I will say this. I might sound like I am from the R party.
Wait, don't like to talk politics. Okay.
But I am a libertarian.
Even I don't like talking politics.
I used to be what they call center left, but somehow in today's politics, I am now, since I'm a libertarian, I'm considered middle right. Yeah. If you would have said that 30, 40 years ago, people would have said
you're an anarchist.
Well, because you got mad when they sold your Easy Bake Oven, dude. That's what happened.
If you want to play with the girls,
the hell out of me.
Well, the thing
they can make bean brownies.
You know what party Phil's actually from? He's from the GoBot party.
No.
Yep.
In my time, if you so much as even did a bit of magic in my time, they would burn you at the stake for that, or they'd draw and quarter you. Yes, the Dark Ages were already was time. Dr. Vanderberg out.
I had a friend. He wanted Transformers for Christmas. And he got GoBots.
He got GoBots, man.
And that's why Phil's the way he is today.
And that's when he said he couldn't be his friend anymore.
No. He was my friend, so I hooked him up with some Transformers. I gave him some.
So real quick, before we get into this rumor about Admiral Thrawn and Star Wars, Padawannabe, you had some thoughts on She-Hulk that you wanted to express.
I just think it's a similar what the whole Frost and G4 thing was, because I was excited for it, and then what she said kind of ruined what I was looking forward to. Now with the She-Hulk, I have no background story. I did not collect She-Hulk. I have other ones I worried about. So I'm not invested in the story. So I will always understand things like that. Like the character's not right, doesn't look right. All those things I can totally understand because I read X-Men and they've never done X-Men right. So I understand all that stuff. The show, my first impression, the first episode, I didn't like her character. I think I've watched it 3 times now, all the way through. At the end, it got better. The second episode was better. When they broke the fourth wall, I enjoy those things.
Mhm.
These are not a demographic they usually go after, but I laughed at all the jokes and the innuendos and all that stuff. That is my humor, though. But then when I found out that they were trying to kind of stab at the viewer, I was like, I think the joke's on them, because I did not get any of that. And, you know, I'm not a troll. I don't hype anything too much, and I don't rag on anything too much, you know. And this was just something coming as a general fan. I'm even thinking, I want to have my wife watch this. I think she might. I'm curious to see what she thinks as a complete outsider who has watched the old Marvel movies and enjoyed them with me, who has no kind of issue with anything because she's never followed it. Because recently I've talked to my brother, and he has no YouTube following. He doesn't keep up with any of that, and he's enjoyed all the Star Wars stuff. So it was interesting to talk to him about that stuff without really any media influence. But as far as the She-Hulk, I enjoy it, but I know I'm not the one they were aiming at, and I think that's why I almost think it's kind of more joke on them. It's like they were trying to rag on people and kind of backstab their supposed audience. But I literally took it at the end. You know, the last few, if anybody's watched the shows, everything they were doing, I was like, at the end, the last 2 episodes, I was like, that's exactly what they do. That's hilarious. They're totally making fun of themselves. I love this. And the walk of shame thing, I didn't, you know, and maybe it's because I'm an older generation, the Daredevil thing, I kind of got a kick out of that. I almost wanted him to say, because I think somebody walks by him as he's walking, I wanted him to say something to them. But I've kind of, it was a walk of shame, and then it wasn't the walk of shame anymore. And to me, it was funny. It's like, God, this black guy and this dude in the cosplay outfits walking down. Why is he holding his shoes? That to me, it was funny, but I took it at face value. You know, I'm not really looking too far into it, because I could have really went nuts and been like, oh, the Daredevil suit's not the way it should have been at that point in the timeline. So there, I totally understand if people have gripes, but I'm just, this sort of thing has been going on so long. I'm just
that you're numb to it now.
Exactly. It's like, okay, did I enjoy the show or not? And as far as Disney's concerned, I don't want to say a whole lot, but I've been free subscribed for a while now, and they haven't taken it away after the time they said it would. So I don't really give them any money. The way after the last few years have been, I Redbox a lot of stuff, or I wait till it's free on something, you know? So I'm not giving a whole lot of money to these people. And I'm one. See that I'm one of those consumers. I would buy stuff if they offered it, Marvel or Star Wars or whatever it is. If it's good merchandise, I want it. But there's such a lack of that. That's what's making me less excited about it, because it's like, yes, you have a show. Dukes of Hazzard was great, but when I actually got the Dukes of Hazzard Hot Wheel, that was the best, you know. That connection is not the same anymore, and that's what I'm noticing with the different fans. But like, I don't hate She-Hulk. It's definitely not one of my favorite things, but I'll have to say, after watching some of the Star Wars stuff and kind of being a little excited and stuff, at least in She-Hulk, I laughed out loud.
Well,
multiple times, you know. So
I'll tell you this, Padawannabe. Like, the only thing new that I'm enjoying right now on Disney Plus
Hocus
Andor.
Pocus 2.
Hocus Pocus 2. That would be quite random. Is Andor, because it's a spy thriller, and people in this Star Wars show guess what? They actually die, and wait for it, they don't come back.
No,
It's amazing.
Andor
I know,
is a different thing because I can recognize that people like it. It's a good story. Cinematography's good. And there's nothing you can really nitpick except those people that do that for a living or a hobby. But people are saying it's peak Star Wars, and I'm like,
I'm not saying that.
for
It's
me,
like
no,
good.
I'm not saying anybody. I'm just reacting to the people that say it's peak, and I'm like, because a lot of people have said Mandalorian. There's an argument now, which is better, Mandalorian or Andor. I think Mandalorian is more peak because that takes me back to the original trilogy. Andor is Star Wars. It's just not a hero. It's not the typical hero story that we follow. It's all the other people, which is interesting. And they don't have the lightsabers, but the Star Wars feel is there. The music's there. The effects are there.
Yes.
And I'll tell you, that finale, I watched that finale and I was just like, wow, this is amazing. This is a Star Wars effect right here. You know, and I believe they are in the world, but it's just a different story. You know, we're following the heroes or we're following the infantry kind of thing. Not every story is a hero's journey, but all these stories are important. And Andor takes me back to the old, I can't remember if I talked to any of you about it before, but the old like 70s investigative shows, you know, the PI shows, where you're building, and then there wasn't anything until the end. And it wasn't, you know, CSI introduced us to the jogger, and then you find the dead body, or you see the fight, and then it goes into the investigation. So that really took over. So this is very much, I can see exactly why a lot of people like it, you know, and honestly, much better than She-Hulk, but I'm not watching them for those same reasons either, you know.
Well, you know what the biggest problem is with Andor is the name of the series. They shouldn't have called it Andor. They should have called it something else because it's much more than him. It should have been something like, Rise of the Rebellion or something, something in that category to be a little bit more general because most people going, why do I want to watch a series about this guy who gets wiped out in Rogue One, and what's so interesting about this guy?
Yeah, exactly. He was the least interesting character. Hell, K2SO was more interesting than he was, and he's a droid.
I just think that has to do with Disney's not imaginative mind.
Yeah, because again, they're gonna pander and make all the original characters they made under them with a lot more respect, but that's really reaching.
Well, I just meant that all the series are names. The Mandalorian, Ahsoka, they're all names right now. That's just what they're doing.
Cassian is just, he doesn't take people's crap. That's what I like about him. He just doesn't. He's willing to kill people if he has to. Like, if they're not part of his plan, he's willing to kill people. Cassian is what mostly keeps the show, but then you got the other cast members, and there's a lot of interesting thing, and you've got some beautiful shots of Coruscant. They look like they've actually spent money on this. And look, guys, I can tell you right now, I did not feel much when I watched Kenobi. I felt a lot less when I watched Book of Boobaloo. But
the book Bob 8 feet.
They were willing to spend more money, let's be obvious. Be honest.
Oh, yeah.
They were willing to spend more money on Disney Star Wars characters.
Yes.
And give more episodes to Disney Star Wars characters than they were to George Lucas's character.
I know.
Boba Fett was a clown. Okay?
Yes,
if
we know.
anybody was supposed to do a headshot kill, that should have been Boba Fett.
Yeah.
They told us,
especially since he's supposed to be a crime boss. It's like, oh, you're not going to do what I say? Well, I guess somebody's going to have to get.
And I want to make a quick comment.
They did the thing with Boba Fett, and they told everybody, well, we're not going to have people get killed. We want to be PG-13. That Wookiee got shot about 30,000 times, and he never died. Yet we get into Disney Star Wars character.
Yes.
And now there's people getting headshot, people are getting killed.
Yes,
Where's
they
the
are.
PG-13?
I don't
So,
know,
as
man.
an original Star Wars fan, as somebody that watched it in the movies in 1977, I'm getting the middle finger.
Yeah,
That's
no,
pretty much what I got.
I get that. It's just Tony Gilroy wants to give people a compelling story. You're gonna actually care about these characters, which is what you should always have in Star
And
Wars.
how many episodes did we get of Boba Fett? And 2 of them practically was the Mandalorian.
7, right?
So
7? Yeah.
flush it down the toilet. I mean, I'm sorry. What was the movie that Disney did for Andor? I forget the name of it.
Rogue One.
Rogue One.
Rogue One?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was a great movie, but don't forget, they had to do 80% reshoots.
Yes.
80%. That's
They did.
almost as bad as what they did with
Solo.
what was it? The book of Harrison Ford, Han Solo. That was just as bad as Han Solo.
Solo would have been worse if it wasn't for Ron Howard, because obviously
Yeah, but he had to do almost 90% reshoots.
Yeah,
He
that's
had pretty much that's a new movie. When
we
you
don't-
do more than 70, it's a new movie.
Well, we don't know exactly why they did it all. I mean, we only got Kathleen Kennedy saying why. And we know exactly what type of hag she is. It might not have been a bad film. But we don't know. They never really expanded on why they did with Solo, other than the fact that she was thinking it was too funny. There was too much humor. Well, you know what? When I see Han and Lando together, I expect there to be some humor.
Agreed. But when they did, here's how Disney didn't even think. When they put out the trailers for Andor, they had the deleted scenes, not the scenes in the movie. They were deleted scenes, the scenes that got all added to the floor.
Well, and when you talk about Rogue One, yeah, well, actually, there was one scene in there that was they just did a quick shot that was with that lead character. What's her name? And it looked like with Empire Strikes Back with that tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
That was never in the film, but they said, "Hey, this looks good. We'll film it and put it in the trailer." I have no problem with that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, when you also think about it, both Jyn Erso and Rey are basically self-inserts for Kathleen Kennedy herself.
Oh yeah. I mean, now when we start talking about the character, that's a different matter. I was just talking about how they were doing that for this the insert for the trailer because it looked good.
Let's
it's
be
just
honest about this Andor or whatever Rogue One. As much as it was good and entertaining, the real purpose of the entertainment came from the scenes of Darth Vader. We wanted to see Darth Vader in his chamber, but that end fighting is what the TIE fighters and X-Wings and Darth Vader going off when he went into the Rebel ship. That's what saved that movie. If you take the TIE fighters and X-Wings out, if you take out Darth Vader scenes, that movie is a flop.
Well, I'm probably one of the few people that sits back and says that at the end there with the battle with Darth Vader in the ship, I don't like for lore reasons. When he's standing there and seeing Princess Leia's ship taking off, and in the next film it's like, why? What? It's like, hey, listen, lady, I saw you. It doesn't mesh. It was just doing fan service memberberry. If they
it really kind of was in a way.
Yeah. Now, if they would have done it differently, where it would fit in the lore better, I wouldn't have a problem. But I mean, that whole last scene was so clunky in the lore and leading up into A New Hope, or the original Star Wars, as I call it, and old Phil up there does too. Yep. It would have been better. And that was a last minute add-on scene because it's like, well, we got to put that in there because we got to have Darth Vader going on a rampage. They had Vader earlier, and I can understand that scene completely. It makes sense. Good old Krennic was groveling to Darth Vader because Durgan took my Star away. Can you talk to the Emperor for me? And it's like, oh, shut up.
Be sure not to choke on your aspirations, director.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing. In all Disney Star Wars, which George Lucas really didn't, the Imperials are always groveling. soon as something goes bad, or they're getting ready to get killed, or something bad's going to happen, they grovel. It's like, okay, you're supposed to be the baddest of the bad, the Empire. You're supposed to be the Emperor's men, and you're groveling. I don't know.
Are you criticizing Disney's use
I'm
of the Empire?
criticizing Disney every time I get a chance.
Okay, because I was thinking that, look at Captain Nita. It took a pair of balls for him to jump on that little shuttle, go over to Darth Vader to apologize. Apology accepted, Captain.
For sure.
That's what made that scene perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a 50-50 chance. He was either going to get killed, or Darth Vader's going to say, "I'll give you one last chance. Go back to your ship."
Mm-hmm. He took a gamble. He lost. Mm-hmm. But he stood up to Vader. I mean, he at least went, face to face with Vader, and didn't even do it over the intercom system like old Ozzo when he got choked out.
Yeah, but I know one thing though.
In Return of the Jedi, there's even more of it when they have a deleted scene. When he goes there, he goes, "I'm more merciful than the Emperor will be," and he goes, "I'll double my efforts." But there's a deleted scene where he comes out of the chamber from seeing the Emperor, and he tells him Darth Vader can't go in. Right. And Darth Vader starts to force choke him. It's a deleted scene. You can see it on YouTube. And then he lets him go, and he goes much better. That's an awesome scene because you actually see the Royal Guardsmen kick out their weapon. They're ready to go on to go after Darth Vader himself when he's choking them.
Yeah, and that's true. I mean,
it's realistic. You know what I'm saying? Over in Disney Star Wars, you see them. They'll throw down their weapons like the little Gungans did in Episode 1.
Well, what about the other deleted scene from Return of the Jedi, when Moff Jerjerrod was told to spin the Death Star on Endor and blow it up?
Yeah,
and basically his response is, "But but our troops are down there." Basically he's questioning the Emperor. Do we really want to do that? I mean, talk about balls there. That he's kind of standing up to the Emperor a little bit, saying, "What? We got a lot of soldiers down there. Okay, okay, we'll blow it up."
and given what we see more with that whole thing with all the newer lore stuff with like Operation Cinder, he literally saying, "Yeah, if I die, this Empire dies with me. I'm going to destroy loyal to us, willingly submit it to my Empire." And I'm just gonna destroy all those plants with weather destroying satellites.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while we're talking about Star Wars, let's go ahead and get into this article from Bounding into Comics about the Grand Admiral Thrawn rumor. And it goes on to say, according to the latest word on the streets of Bespin, Disney has allegedly decided upon the actor who will portray fan favorite Star Wars antagonist Grand Admiral Thrawn in their upcoming Ahsoka solo series. It says the latest rumor was first sparked courtesy of freelance entertainment reporter Christopher Mark. Taking to his personal Twitter on October 10th, Mark asserted to his followers that, as per his sources, Ahsoka has indeed hired Lars Mikkelsen to play Thrawn in the series and will have his traditional white uniform in the streaming series. And this is the actor being rumored to portray Thrawn. It says Mikkelsen previously voiced the exceptionally skilled Chiss military strategist in Star Wars Rebels, wherein he is seen constantly serving as the primary antagonist of the series' titular group of heroes. As such, should this supposed reprisal be confirmed, it would make Mikkelsen the second actor to portray their animated Star Wars role in a live-action production, with the first being actress Katie Sackhoff, who appeared as her Star Wars The Clone Wars character Bo-Katan in the second season of The Mandalorian.
And she looked great.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think Katie Sackhoff, she's a pretty lady and all that, but when they have that, it's like, oh, okay, homana.
I actually like her better as Bo-Katan as opposed as
Starbuck.
what was her? She stole the
Starbuck.
character.
Yeah,
Starbuck,
Battlestar Galactica, at least the reboot.
Mm-hmm.
Not that she did a bad job. I just like
No.
her better here than this.
Yeah, I'll go Mandalorian. I'll go Mandalorian for her.
Notably, the latest rumor is lent particular credence by a previous report from entertainment news outlet Cineflex that Red 11 actor Iman S. Fondi, I hope I'm saying that right, and if I'm not, I do apologize.
You're fired.
Has been all right. I'll leave my own show. Baron, you're in command.
Woo, about time. I'm El Hag now. I'm in charge.
Oh, look at the time. Jeez. Got pigs to feed, schoolwork to do.
Anyways, it goes on to say it has been cast in Ahsoka as the blue-skinned Imperial officer's main target in the aforementioned animated series, Ezra Bridger. Coupled with the claim by scooper Daniel RPK that the series synopsis teases Ahsoka Tano as portrayed by the Mandalorian actress Rosario Dawson on the hunt for the evil Grand Admiral Thrawn in the hope that it will help her locate the missing Ezra Bridger, the young Jedi that disappeared with Thrawn many years ago. It's not hard to imagine that fans will at the very least see a live action reunion between three of Rebels' most consequential players. The potential arc is only further supported by confirmation as provided by footage of Ahsoka screened at the recent D23 Expo and shared to the public by a Star Wars centric Twitter account at Star Wars Holocron, showing Sabine Wren gazing up upon it. Let's see, it says that the series will feature a live action rendition of the mural and Star Wars Rebel finale. Okay, I don't know why Siri is activating, but Siri needs to be quiet. Interestingly, this rumor concerning Mickelson casting was only one of many Ahsoka-related tips relayed by Mark. Others included word Zabrak troopers, supposedly clad in white and burgundy armor. It goes on to say, as well as suggestion that though there was no confirmation if clone trooper Captain Rex is going to make the final cut of the show, Disney and Lucasfilm had at one time had plans to have him at least appear. And we know that Tamura Morrison would probably end up playing him.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, as of writing, official information regarding Ahsoka is all but non-existent. However, it is known that the series is currently set to air on Disney Plus sometime in 2023.
Next year.
Okay, so what do you all think?
Well, first, Grand Admiral Thrawn is not evil, regardless of the original EU or in the current Disney canon books. He's not evil. Never was.
He's calculating.
He's calculating. I can't really speak a lot on the Disney books because they tend to stop, but more on the EU. Thrawn's out to set the Empire in the EU. He sets the Empire more acceptable, where aliens are included and on an equal level.
Yes.
And Thrawn brings more women to the front of the Empire. And
wait, is it that was that signed by Timothy Zahn?
So
lucky.
Wow.
I will tell you this. They announced this the brother here, you know his brother. This guy being the
Go ahead and show it again, Baron.
Oh, okay. So here it is, and actually, all my 5 of my books are signed by him for Star Wars.
Wow.
The American
Lucky.
trilogy and the duology.
Yep. I
never
love the
got the other one.
duology more than I like the first 3 that he did with Thrawn.
Mhm.
But I don't have a problem with the actor they selected. But in 1995, there was a radio interview where Timothy Zahn was on there.
Mhm.
And he wrote the character, quote unquote, in his mind, Mr. Dorn, if he could pick an actor at that time, was Mr. Dorn. And we all know Mr. Dorn as who?
War.
I'll go ahead and play the clip again.
Yep.
Let's get the clip fired up.
Good.
Yeah, sure. Yes, ma'am. Just cut.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
And I'll be honest, I could see Mr. Dorn playing Thrawn a lot more than any other actor.
Mm-hmm.
But again,
Definitely, especially his voice.
yeah,
Right.
I think Disney. I know they do bring a lot of Star Trek people into the Clone Wars. You know, they pretty much brought them in there for appearances and stuff. But they should have went with Dorn for Thrawn. Just my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, the craziest thing he did, if he was to fight Luke's Jedi Order, he basically used a bunch of Force-sensitive lizards, the Yi Salamiri, had him and his troops strapped on their backs, and they generate Force-neutral bubbles to counteract the Jedi's Force powers.
Yep.
That's good critical thinking to fight against the Jedi.
And
he was a tactician.
He only had 25% of the Empire's force that was at its height during Endor. Now, he didn't have the full remnant of the Empire. There was another 10-15% that didn't join Thrawn. But his 25% almost defeated. He was a hair from defeating the New Republic. And most of it was by his mind, using his skills.
Yeah, because he's a tactician. And that's, I think, one of the things in the Rebel series they didn't do a good job on, that tactician part of him and his love of art. I mean, they touched it, but he is, like you said, a lot more calculating. He's 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps ahead of everybody else. The only reason why, and anybody who has not read Heir of the Empire, spoiler alert, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The only reason why he failed was his bodyguard offed him. If Rook wouldn't have offed him, things would have been different.
The New Republic and the EU were so scared of Thrawn that in the duology books, they had a fake person play Thrawn. Just the very name of a fake person playing Thrawn, which they didn't know was fake, just the mere mention of Thrawn. And at that time, the Empire is down to about 5%.
And they're trying to clone him.
Scared. The New Republic was squared. That's how powerful tactician-wise Thrawn was.
And again, he also comes from a civilization that is has basically an empire in itself, the Chiss ascendancy, which again, the members of his species are rarely seen outside of the unknown regions.
And don't forget when Luke Skywalker goes to find Thrawn and he comes across the Imperials in the unknown region, they call themselves the Hand of Thrawn, or you can actually call it the Thrawn Empire. If the Empire knew that the Chiss, well, not the Chiss Empire, the Thrawn Empire, the Hand of Thrawn, it's twice to almost 3 times bigger than what the New Republic is. In the unknown regions.
I don't. But there's one thing I never understood is that why the heck they had to create those weird Starhawk ships and not just take like all the whatever leftover Star Destroyers they had and incorporate them into the fleet. Just have like a skeleton crew like they do with that. And they would have been. They came in handy when they fought against the Yuuzhan Vong eventually.
Yeah. But I did like the Timothy Zahn does not get enough credit. The man after George Lucas is Star Wars. He's the one who created Coruscant, not George Lucas. Timothy Zahn. Timothy Zahn brought Star Wars back when he came out with them first 3 books, The Heir to the Empire, The Rising, and I forgot the other one, Baron. You know it more.
Yeah, the other one is The Last Command. And I have to disagree with you slightly here. We did have Coruscant. Coruscant was already designed. And Return of the Jedi, they were going to go to Coruscant. The thing that that Timothy Zahn invented was the name, which was called, at that time, Coruscant. George Lucas, when he was going to do the Phantom Menace, he wasn't going to use that. And he was talked in, he say no, because he wanted to use Hab Abaddon. That was the original idea that he had for a name. And they basically told George, well, because you didn't tell Zahn to do that, you buried yourself on that one. So he goes, okay, it's going to be called Coruscant from now on. And of course, we all know that throughout the universe, both names are good because you have different dialects.
Right.
Timothy Zahn gets a whole lot of praise, though. You're wrong about that. People worship him. They follow him like the prophet of Star Wars because of that. The thing is, though, Timothy Zahn wasn't the only one. It was a role-playing game from 1987 that started the fire back up. It was all the stuff that they had in that role-playing game that they sent to Timothy Zahn that he used in the story. At first, he was offended by the fact. Then he realized, oh, no, all these books I got from West End Games, that took care of a lot of research for me. I don't have to, I can use this stuff here. You also had the Dark Horse comic, Dark Empire.
Yeah,
and that was another thing.
Yeah, and they screwed that up with Rise of Palpatine, which again was just a poor man's version of that storyline. And arguably, again, the World Devastators are arguably more dangerous than again a fleet of thousands of Star Destroyers that basically are just mini Death Stars. But these can suck up resources. Heck, the Star Forge is is just as much of a dangerous super weapon, but it can suck the power of a star, which they pretty much did with Star Killer Base, which is basically
Star Killer. Yeah, it was kind of a bastardized version of the Galaxy Gun from Dark Empire 3, or Empire's End, and of course the Star Forge. It's like, okay, we'll put those two together, and look, we're original. Hey, 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 hey. But you had those 3 steps that really started, and Timothy Zahn was the one that made that final real big impact with the book. But it wasn't solely on him. But yeah, he does get a lot of credit. That's why he's doing the Thrawn books. You don't see many of the original Star Wars authors doing Star Wars books anymore. Luchenko did start with Thrawn, but that was about it. And his hands were so tied that it was such a lackluster story. But at least Timothy Zahn is back doing Thrawn.
He created so many great characters. You had Mara Jade. You had
Talon Karrde.
Jodo Cass. What was that?
No, Jodo Cass was not his invention. That was West End Game.
That was.
But you had Jorah Sabaoth.
Jorah Sabaoth.
Yeah.
And he made that guy that Mara Jade worked for. He was kind of
that's Talon Karrde.
Yes. He was really good. I loved the one short story. It's a short story. It's in Tales from the Empire when Thrawn dresses up as Jodo Cass. And he goes to Darth Vader, and Darth Vader sees him, puts on the armor. If anybody don't know what Jodo Cass is, Jodo Cass was a Mandalorian that wore the same type of armor, different badges than Boba Fett. And he was the main person that he would hire as a bounty hunter. So supposedly he pays Jodo Cass to do another errand, but he asks him to leave the armor. He puts the armor on, and he tells Darth Vader, I'm going to help you real quick before I get sent to the unknown regions again. I'm going to help you find the leaders of the rebellion. So he goes off as Jodo Cass, and he acts like he's joining the rebellion. And he doesn't talk. He does all the same motions that Jodo Cass would. Now, this is a guy you think, well, he's just an admiral. He's not really a fighter or a shooter or a gunner. He does it all. It makes you that much more. And it's not a full book. It's only a small short story.
Yeah.
And that small short story you're like, wow, this is a definition of a totally different character of a character you love, and you love him that much more. And you want to know something? He succeeds. He gives Darth Vader all the information he needs, and he goes off to the unknown regions.
Yeah, Jodocast was basically in the early days of the West End Games. It was they came up with a bunch of bounty hunters that were kind of knockoffs of the ones that we know of. Jodocast was one of them, and they I don't think Jodocast was even a true Mandalorian, but he was trying to pass himself off as Boba Fett.
He does,
and then there was a comic
book after the comic book when he fights Boba Fett.
Twin Engines of Destruction.
Yeah, after that, he in the comic book, it seems like he dies, but he doesn't. So he was able to get the antidote put in, and then he goes and finds Boba Fett, and he goes, "I want to become a Mandalorian. I had modeled myself after you, then I end up hating you." He goes, "But I want to be a Mandalorian." So he sends him back to the planet where he learned, I'm not sure it's Jasper Steele or somebody else, they train him to be a pure Mandalorian. But that's not in an actual comic or book. That's in a short story on the old, they used to have like a online place where you could post stories up. That was written by, I think it was Anderson, the guy who wrote the next 3 books with Admiral,
Kevin J. Anderson.
Yeah, he did Admiral, the Lady Admiral that was
Dahlia.
Dahlia. She was a great admiral too. But he actually, in his short story, he becomes a Mandalorian. So, but yeah, I loved everything Timothy Zahn did, and I want to say this: the glorious thing about the EU, as soon as one author was done, and there might be 2 books or there might be 3 books, they had to pass and talk to the next person that's going to write it, the next books, but they wanted it all to be sequenced. So when you go from Timothy Zahn's first 3 books, and then you go to the next 3 books, I think it's called I, Jedi or Jedi Academy.
Jedi Academy.
Yep. Anderson does a wonderful job taking over after Timothy Zahn, and then they had Stagpole, or I'm sorry if I butchered his name. I'm on Pacific's channel. Yeah, he's more famous for the X-Wing books,
right?
The X-Wing series, but he did the next series of books. The EU was good that way, that every book was tied to the next, so it was like a continuous movie, only in book form.
Well, yes and no, because they did go backtrack. You had like Truce at Bakura, which moved back. And then, of course, you had Courtship of Princess Leia, which took place before some of these. And, of course, a lot of the X-Wing stories were before the Zahn trilogy. But the thing is most importantly, Lucy Wilson. Remember that name, folks. Lucy Wilson. If you open these books up, you'll always see a special thanks to Lucy Wilson. She was the one that kept everybody in line. She was the one that sat back and said, okay, she was the go-between between Lucas and the authors, what they could, what they couldn't do, reminding them of what was going on. She was basically, one person that they have a bunch of monkeys at flinging poo at Disney doing, led by, of course, the lead monkey himself, Pablo Hidalgo, who is a traitor. I mean, this guy knows his stuff. He's done great stuff in the old EU, and then he just turns around and just flings poo at us. But the thing is you had Lucy Wilson keeping these authors in line, and not that they needed to be kept in line per se, but help keep them guided on what was to be done and how things were being done. And if there was any contradiction and stuff, it wasn't the author's fault. You could put that right on Lucas, because Lucas would change things. He would just give out, okay, this is what it is, and then you find out later that, oh no, C-3PO was made by Darth Vader. When it was like, oh no, he was actually already 100 years old before in Star Wars. And I mean, if there was any, and of course, giving out the dates is like, well, you had the Clone Wars, and several years later you had the Jedi Purge. And of course, that's what the authors are going off of at that time, what Lucas sat back and said. Of course, they're mocked by these pinheads who don't know a damn thing about the history of Star Wars.
No. Should we move on now?
Yeah, we
or
need
what do you
to.
Oh,
want,
I'm
Mike?
sorry.
No.
Or do you want Baron to continue? Okay,
I want
let's-
Baron
Well,
to
I mean,
continue because I'm enjoying this.
okay,
So am
I'm
I,
sorry.
but-
I did, okay, so I mean, this EU was a lot more cohesive, and if there were cracks in there, it was because George Lucas, yeah, he had a plan, but it wasn't fully formulated until he put it down on pen and paper for the prequel trilogy.
They were
And
told, if I remember correctly, the authors were told they can almost write about anything except about the Clone Wars
mhm,
or anything prior to pretty much New Hope.
right.
They ventured there a little bit with the New Hope era, but the Clone Wars was completely off the board. They were
Yeah,
not.
I mean, you had pre episode 4, Star Wars with the Han Solo series by Tim Daly, not Tim Daly, but Brian Daly. You had L. Neil Smith's Lionel Calrissian. Then you had A.C. Crispin's Han Solo trilogy, which did a far better job than Solo, by the way.
It did.
So those were some of the stuff that you had that was that was allowed by Lucas, but there was still, again, a lot of holes that weren't filled in because, it's like this is still open territory. Like Timothy Zahn, he didn't want the Nirogi. He wanted them to be Sith. He was told no. And they sat back and said, wanted to have the Nirogi's faces look like what Darth Vader's mask would have been. And they said no. Because it was trying to say that the mask was inspired off of these creatures. And see, there was control. People were not wildcatting out there. And you can thank West End Games pretty much for starting that cohesiveness when they put that game together. Grabbing the old stuff, and then the new people putting it off of that, going off of that. And again, 40 years, almost 40 years of natural organic growth with the EU. Far better than this imitation, BS hydroponic garbage that we're getting right now, when they sat back and were sneering, saying that, oh, we're going to be more cohesive. There's going to be no contradiction. Right off the bat, you had contradictions. Right off the bat, things weren't meshing up.
Me, Baron, when they did the reveal with using Ben Kenobi telling Princess Leia about her parents, where in the EU, it was R2-D2 unwilling. Luke Skywalker was having him cleaned, and he come across things that images, that recordings that R2-D2 recorded everything that happened during the Jedi Purge and events leading up to it. And R2 would not give it up. He will not reveal it to Luke. He was so paranoid that it would affect Luke in a negative way about his dad. Luke Skywalker got somebody, he managed to see it, but he also got to remember his dad, being saved. But having the image of his dad force choke his mom, that traumatized Luke. But it was good for him to see it. But here, Disney still hasn't told us, you see, what's her name, Ahsoka in The Mandalorian. It would have been nice to have somebody do a reflection other than say, you're a lot like your dad. Have her sit him down and say, let me tell you about your dad. Right. Or even him talking to R2 in a different way in their timeline, R2 talking to Luke about his dad. Mm-hmm. You get none of that. And they still ain't touched that.
That's what the droids are for. The droids are supposed to be the record keeper. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why they're going to be important in all 3 trilogies, because Lucas did have a trilogy, a final trilogy all planned up, even way back in the day. And the thing is the droids are our eyes. They're recording everything. They're the ones that are going to be passing the story on. And needless to say, obviously, with the imitation films, Space Wizards obviously broke away from that. And in some ways, Lucas did a little bit too with the Phantom Menace, in my opinion. But that's me. But you know what? Just like Cash was saying, I think he's got more stuff that we have to talk about. I don't want to dominate over the show.
It's good to get the information
it was fun
out
because
there.
I was enjoying the conversation. That's why I was allowing it to go on. And
I was too, but I'm trying to keep Mike on the schedule.
Oh, you've had it out for me since the beginning, Cash. I know that.
Every time I see him, every time.
Cash wants to be the one to talk a lot, and everybody else get minimalized.
No, that's you, Phil. That's you. No, that's you, Phil. Sorry.
Well, somebody on the panel always says this, and I'm not going to say who it is, but I think you all can figure it out.
To be the man, you gotta beat the man, and I'm saying, woo, right here, I'm the man.
That's Calvin Newsom.
Yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage, Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion. I am the Lord and Master of the Ring.
See,
that guy.
Here's the whole thing about wrestling and all kinds of entertainment. This is what people should want. It's in your face. It's just and people were trash talking, and then they get in the ring, they beat the living whatever out of them, and obviously wrestling's fake, but it's all entertainment. Now all that stuff has changed.
Oh my God!
You're funny, Phil.
What?
You traumatized me.
The hell you say?
What?
Oh, right?
What?
But the reality is, and I watched something a number of years on Dateline, is that if you don't do these exercises right, these moves right on the mat, you can literally hurt yourself. And
it's a stunt show.
There's been exactly. You have to be in really good shape. It's not, yeah.
And when I say it's a stunt show, I'm not being insulting because you have to be in good shape, like you say. You got to know your moves. It's a dance. They're doing a dance out there, and if you do something wrong, I mean, we've lost a few wrestlers, and a few wrestlers have not been able to do anything after some accidents. Also,
we used to do this.
Darren
crap with my
Drozdo
brother.
comes to mind after he had a match on SmackDown against D'Lo Brown, and D'Lo Brown was doing the pile driver, and unfortunately that pile driver paralyzed Darren Drozdov.
I would disagree about being in shape because Bam Bam Bigelow was not in shape.
Okay,
and
all right, fine. Bam Bam Bigelow.
He moved like a gazelle. I'm sorry, he was not in shape. I think he was like
Bam Bigelow. Wow.
Phil goes to the exception instead of the and making it the rule. I tell you.
But I'm not.
Hey, I got the exception here. See, it's not that way. It's not that way. I tell you.
And Bam Bigelow, man, to go look him up, he was 400 plus pounds. He had a belly and everything, but yet he moved like Rod Van Dam.
I've seen some baseball players that were big guys, and they were able to move around the field.
I tell you what, when I was
Big
doing
Puppy
live
comes
steel,
to mind.
when I was doing live steel combat, which was a stunt show, and you could get yourself hurt if you didn't do things right. There was a guy that we fought against who was like over 6 foot tall, and I mean he was huge. But my God, that man was limber and he could move. I was scared to go up against this guy.
But don't forget Babe Ruth. The man was not in shape.
Oh.
Even when at his prime.
No, he wasn't. We went back to baseball. No,
Cash,
you're right. He was.
The man was even before he was an outfielder. He was a great. He would have went to the Hall of Fame as a pitcher. He would have went just as a pitcher, but he was so good at what he did that they put him in the outfield. And as out of shape as he was, he moved like a gazelle, like Bam Bam Bigelow out there in the outfield. He could not only hit, he can run, and he can catch.
Yep.
Come on, Phil. We're not talking about baseball. Don't rub it in Pacific's face here, okay?
I didn't talk about the Cubs.
Well, I did do a short saying that the Yankees are moving on to face the Astros in the ALCS and game one of the NLCSs tonight between the Padres and the Phillies. And my question to everybody was, who's your pick to go into the World Series?
Padres, Yankees.
We'll see. I don't know. I'm thinking.
Cash is upset. He doesn't want to talk about baseball.
It's possible the Padres. Right now, the Phillies in game one are beating the Padres. But it's a long.
The Mud Hens.
I don't really know because I don't follow a lot of sports.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to go ahead and say my piece.
Nerd.
I think it's going to be a rematch of the 2009 World Series between the Yankees and the Phillies.
And the Phillies? That's an interesting
Yes.
prediction. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to cheer
don't
for the
follow
Yankees
baseball much
because I
either, so I'm a nerd,
despise
too.
the Phillies and the city of Philadelphia. So, yeah.
That's the best comment you can actually give me, and I'll gladly accept that.
Well, the problem is that as much as I don't like the Astros, they're going to give the Yankees a lot of problems, unfortunately.
And I just
Can
want
I
to say to
add
Kathy first when she said hello, Kathy Skywalker, you are
I
a
add the
good guy.
Astros will always be known for that hard 1980-ish uniform that they had. Oh my God, I never will forget that uniform.
Yeah, it looked like dirt.
That's almost as bad as the all yellow except the green sleeves of the A's. Hard.
Dude,
Well, at least you
by
can see
the-
them in the fog.
By the way, Crit, I know you wanted to come in and talk some trash, dude. If I was actually crying about G4, then I'd probably throw myself out the window.
Well, speaking of more game news, apparently there's going to be an announcement about Silent Hill this week.
It's a
And
good
this
thing
article
Cash is on the
comes from
printer.
this article comes from comicbook.com. It says Konami has revealed that a special transmission about the Silent Hill franchise will take place on Wednesday, October 19th, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern for those of us on the East Coast, and 4 p.m. Central for those of you in the Central Time Zone. And I believe it would be 3 p.m. Mountain Time, if I'm not mistaken. And if I am,
they didn't see it right. They didn't say it right. It's going to be October 19th at 2 p.m. at 2 p.m. at Pacific 414 time. That's what they should have said.
they should have, but they didn't.
You get no respect, man.
And Dempsey says, I can't stay, but I wanted to stop in and say hail. Well, thank you for stopping by. All right. So it says at this time, the publisher has not explicitly stated what will be the showcase during the event, but viewers can expect the latest updates for the Silent Hill series. According to Konami's official Twitter account, rumors about the future of the series have been swirling for years now, and it looks like Konami might finally have something to show hungry fans. After all, these years of waiting for new information, it seems an end is finally in sight. The tweet announcing the transmission can be found below, and that's a tweet right there. It goes on to say the Silent Hill series debuted on the original PlayStation back in 1999, but it hasn't seen a new series entry since 2012. In 2014, Konami announced Silent Hills, a project teaming Kojima Productions with Guillermo del Toro and Norman Reedus. Sorry, I was about to say Redus, but I think it's Reedus. The game was highly anticipated, and its playable teaser also out between Kojima and Konami, and PT is no longer available. Although some of us were smart enough to never delete it off of our PS4 hard drive.
Yes, I can attest to that.
I never have, but I don't have a PS4, so there's no way I could do it.
Despite the massive popularity of Konami's horror series, Silent Hill has all but disappeared since. Well, I mean, this year would have been a perfect year to have a new Silent Hill come out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know one thing. All I can still say is, once again, even all these years later, hashtag F Konami, because they kind of did Kojima dirty LA. But still, again, Death Stranding, I still, even to this day, I don't understand. What does it all even mean?
It's the FedEx game, FedEx Simulator.
Yeah, but what about the thing with the babies? What is that? What is that supposed to do? What, what? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I know
Kojima writes some weird stuff, but one thing I like about his writing is it's interesting. So.
Yeah, that's true. But I know one thing. I'm pretty sure there was a person, again, I've mentioned this guy before, and I'm not on speaking terms with him again, but I'm pretty sure he probably has a shrine to Kojima somewhere where he lives out in the UK. I probably bet he has a shrine to him, most likely.
But the funny thing is, before Mike continues this article, and I had this discussion with a friend of mine, is that the person that is doing the Silent Hill game, the only game that they did, the developer, the game that they made is Medium. And so my friend is like, okay, so let me get this straight. They get to pass it on to Silent Hill, get to pass that on to a studio or a developer that did one game, Medium, which got pretty good reviews, but I was just like, yeah, but that's Konami for you. So we'll see.
Yeah, at least it's not another pachinko machine.
Right.
Just
You
remember
don't
one
know.
thing.
Maybe it is Silent Hill.
Just remember one thing, Jet Sparks. Cash is easily amused, so yeah.
I am not. Nice try, Baron. You go sit in the corner after that one.
All right. So the article finishes up by saying, given all that's happened over the last decade, fans of the Silent Hill series are going to have huge expectations from the next game in the series. Silent Hill was one of Konami's biggest franchise at one point. Well, Konami used to focus on games at one point. But it remains to be seen if it can be again. Given Silent Hill's sizable fan base, it seems like there will be a lot of people tuning in on Wednesday to see what gets revealed. It's possible there could be multiple new entries in the series announced, as has been previously reported, but there's simply no way of knowing for sure. For now, Silent Hill fans will have to wait patiently and get ready to see what Konami has in store. And of course, they ask, would you like to see a new Silent Hill game? Yeah, 7 years ago.
Hey, Crit, just so you know, it's not. I know you like to cry all the time about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but I love that. I like that movie a lot. I will always say the original is a classic, but yeah, I like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Right? Come at me, Crit. Come on, come at me.
Oompa loompa diddly do. Time to throw cash out with the dog do.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you know, now that you mention it, I do have a clip, and
oh boy.
No.
Yep. Yep.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back! Ever!
Who's that for? Oh, it's for Cat. Okay, I didn't know if it was for me. You never know.
And Jet, you said that you have to go, right?
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired here, but guys, I know I'm going to say this, but again, I never really cared that much, but I know I did play the playable teaser, but heck, it would have been interesting to see where that game would have gone with Norman Reedus if Kojima had his way with everything. But that's the only big what if, but that's all I'll say. Everyone, thanks for having me on tonight, and again...
Always, brother.
Love being on with you, Just Sparks. Can't wait for the next time.
But I know one thing. It's kind of weird, though. I know I got a bit of a jump in subscribers, but then it just dropped back down again to like 106. I just don't know what's going on with that.
I better check to see if I'm still subscribed.
YouTube nonsense.
Yeah, it's YouTube because it's been 2 weeks now, but 2 weeks ago I had 5 subscribers taken away from me. Then last Monday, I went from 326 to 325, back to 326, back to 325, back to 326. And then after I did a live stream talking about Chucky episode 1 of season 2, it went back to 325. So YouTube's playing games.
I'll subscribe so that way you get back to 326. Then I'll let it go there for a week, but then I take it away again. I'm sorry, I'm messing with you, Mike.
Yeah, but also here's the other thing. I can't really do things. I know you got StreamYard Premium where I could probably do pre-recorded stuff, but I got other stuff I gotta pay for, and I can't really afford to pay for this or anything else, or try to put some money aside for a lot of things.
Here's how I found this deal. It was actually one of the Cyber Sale deals, and I'm only paying $10 a month for this.
Same here.
Okay.
It was like normally 20-something, 25 a month, and this was 10. It's like,
if you're short on funds, talk to the money man. Cash money. The real
Yeah,
cash.
but thanks you guys in having on.
Well,
See you guys next
after
time.
after being abused by
next time,
Mike,
brother.
all right, dude. See you. After
Take care,
being
Chris
abused by
Marks.
Mike, he gets no money, man. He gets some pennies, pennies thrown his way.
Really?
well, that's some money. That's some money.
Yeah, that's a little money. It's a little money.
Pennies
Yeah,
from
but
heaven.
you don't even need StreamYards if you're by yourself. You're streaming by
Right.
yourself.
True.
If you just do videos and put them on without streaming.
No, I mean you can
OBS,
you can do
you're talking about, right?
through
Oh,
OBS. Yeah,
Streamlabs.
you don't need
Yeah.
Streamlabs
Yeah.
Sure.
or StreamYard.
OBS, Slobs, Gamecaster.
Yeah.
There's alternatives out there.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Kodak. No.
Kodak.
Does Kodak still exist?
No.
I think they do, but not as
something kind of maybe bought out by someone else, and just the name is there. I'm guessing, if anything. So
But all the big names and the big market stuff and everything.
Just don't ask what's his name from Kiss about it. That
Gene Simmons.
Gene Simmons.
Gene Simmons. He had something against Kodak when it was around, actually around. I don't know what.
Kodak is still around. They're still around.
Is it?
Most of the companies that I grew up with are gone.
Yeah, for some reason, Gene Simmons really hates Kodak.
They used to have a
learned about
little
that on some
circle
show.
stand. You used to be able to pull up to the person, drop it off, and
yes.
That went away like telephone booths. And if you try to explain to a young person about telephone booths, good luck with that.
1 hour photo mats.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Let me highlight you, Baron.
Here's my first edition. I'm all ready.
Nice.
I'm all ready. It's a book club version, but I'm all ready.
Did
Got it
you
for $3. You see that?
Did you see the remake of Dune that came out last year?
Yeah. The long suffering I went out. Both Coach from Metal Base and Mexican Iron Man kept on emphatically telling me, "You got to see it. You got to see it." Because I was very hesitant because I love the book so much. The 84 film, I like the 84 film, but David Lynch took a lot of license. I liked the 2000 miniseries, but I had a lot of issues with that one as well. The missus, I was afraid to take the missus because I didn't know if it was something that was going to be something that she'd like, but she loved it. So, and I enjoyed it. I saw it on the big IMAX screen, and it's like, oh yeah, oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I can't wait for Dune the Part 2 come out.
Same here. I enjoyed it. I didn't go to the movie theater to watch it. I was one of those people that watched it on HBO Max that same night that it was out in the theater.
It was
I
worth
enjoyed
going to the theater if you go. I definitely go to the theater and watch a movie like that. It's really
Mexican Iron Man was saying he's got that big, huge home system at home. He says, no, you still need to go see that in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
So
I lean to the 1984 Dune. I loved it. This was good, but I still lean. The only problem I have with Dune 1984, Patrick Stewart.
There we go.
You just don't like
There we
Patrick
go again.
Stewart.
I thought he did good as Gurney.
I like Patrick Stewart when he was in I, Claudius, and he has a full head of hair.
Oh my!
Well, yeah, that was a wig. That was a tube.
He's living rent free in his head. If you went to go meet Patrick Stewart and be like, "Where's your hair, dude? Where'd it go?"
Cash, I can dislike an actor if I want to.
I didn't say you can't, but I still like Patrick Stewart.
Well, you can love him.
I don't like Matt Damon, but I don't bring him up every time I get on the screen.
Right?
Matt Damon.
Hold up, he's in Dune, so I just didn't like his acting in Dune. I didn't think he did a good job. Not that he had a mean role. I like Patrick Stewart in Excalibur, but in Dune, I did not like him. He didn't. I don't hate it. His performance, I just didn't like it.
The one thing they get wrong with Gurney Halleck is Gurney Halleck's supposed to be ugly and scarred
in a book.
Mm-hmm. And I do think the 2000 miniseries got it closer to Gurney Halleck, but still, yeah, he's not a handsome man. He grew up on the Harkonnen homeworld there, and he lived a hard life, and he hates the Harkonnens or Harkonnen, however you want to pronounce it. I say Harkonnen, and I thought everybody in the David Lynch film, it was brilliantly cast. Everything was done right. The one thing they always do wrong, though, is the Emperor of Mankind, the Padishah Emperor, is not supposed to look old, even though he is old, because he's been using the spice melange to keep himself younger, which a lot of people were. But as much as I love Jose Ferrer, he did a great job. Again, he looked too old. The guy that did it in the miniseries too old, and it sounds like they're going to have an older guy doing it for the second part. But the Emperor is supposed to look young.
Hey, he's not too old. If you say it again, I'm going to stab you in the eye with a soldering iron.
The one actress that I did like in 1984's Dune, I didn't like the one in this series. The one who played the mother, the superior mother.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. The one in Dune, that actress is a world-class actress. She did a fabulous job as the superior, mother superior, whatever you want to call her, forget her. But
are you talking about Paul Atreides' mother, or are you talking about?
No, the one who plays one of the lady,
Bene Gesserit.
Madam.
You're talking about Helen Gaius Mohayam?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Sean Phillips, and she was also an Eye Claudia. She was Livia.
Yep. But the one over here, the one in the new series, she did okay, but she more played her more like a, how can I put it, mystical, whereas
manipulative, politically manipulative. Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Because that's all it was genetic manipulation that they're trying to do, so they could have their superhuman.
There you go. Yes.
Promote the Bene Gesserit. And that's the one thing David Lynch got wrong in the 84 film. He turned it into this pro-Messiah film where Paul Atreides was the Messiah and the reigning at the end. And Frank Herbert was writing a warning about Messiahs. Be careful about your Messiahs. They might not be a Messiah. Yeah. As, of course, we learned further on as the books went along with Dune. Yeah, Paul Atreides was no Messiah. He was
superhuman, but not a Messiah.
Correct. Yeah, and of course, needless to say, Duke Leto II, Emperor Leto II, with being half, the God Emperor, really put the fork in it, you might say.
The other thing that I will say, in the new series, I like the other guy that the one who protects Paul Atreides.
You talking about Duncan?
Duncan. The original Duncan, I love that actor, but I didn't love the way he died. The way this one dies is more to me in line the way in the book as the way Duncan dies. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that they didn't do a good job in the one in 1984. He did, but no. I think they used that shielding for the whatever the people that they were from. They weren't Harkonnen, the other ones.
No, you're talking about House Atreides.
They use that shield. I think they overplayed that technology in 84, where I'm glad they don't use that similar technology to the degree that they show it in this series. More realistic to me.
Well, yeah, because the shield was actually meant to. That's why they didn't have laser guns, because if a laser gun hit the shield, you could have virtually a small atomic explosion happening, which is why they had projectile weapons, which would protect against. But if you had something slow, you could come in and under, which was that one point with the fight between Gurney Halleck and Paul Atreides.
Yep.
About watching, you might have gotten me, but you would have joined me, type of situation. So. I mean, I like the effects in the 84 shield a lot. I know we're really getting into deep Dune talk here.
No,
I like Dune.
No problem with that.
I like Dune.
I love Dune. It's a great book.
I've never read the book. I've only seen the 84 movie and then, of course, last year's movie.
You should find the 2000 miniseries that Sci-Fi Channel did.
That confused me a lot. That confused me a lot.
It was closer to the books though, and it was broken down into 3 sections. But yeah, I mean, I think you had to be a little bit more versed. Well, a lot of people were confused by the 84 film.
Mm-hmm.
What's nice about this 2020 film, or 2021, or whatever year they came out with, is you didn't need to be versed in the world of Dune.
True.
It played to those that were new to the universe and also those that were familiar with the universe. And which I thought it did a great job of. It was superior over the others in that fashion. One of the biggest things I don't know if I should talk about the Dune because spoilers. So if you don't want to be spoiled, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I did not like how Duke Leto Atreides was killed.
Which one?
In the newest one.
I agree. I didn't like that
because it was not Harkonnen that killed him. It was the Twisted Mentat.
Yes.
Or not talking about Duke Leto. I'm talking about. But it was also talking about the traitor, Dr. Yui. Dr. Yui was not killed by Harkonnen. He was killed by the Twisted Mentat, Peter. And in the film, they had Baron Harkonnen doing it. It's like, no, that's not Baron Harkonnen. He lets his other people do the dirty work.
I like the way it showed in 84 how when they get ambushed and they got defeated, showing what happens. I didn't like in this series where it just shows the Harkonnens beheading the prisoners. You know, to me, it was more realistic in showing them, okay, they passed one person, the guy threw him over the edge, he died. Here, they kind of do it off with the head with the sword. I never got the meanings of the sword. I mean, I can understand in modern warfare a dagger, but seeing people going around with the sword, no.
I think it goes with the shields. Again, you're talking about that shield warfare where you almost have to get up and close because again you don't want to use a laser gun on it because you'll blow everything up, and it's supposed to keep arms fire from penetrating. So you got to get up close and know how to get a blade in there.
Did you like the dragonfly helicopters?
Yes and no. It shouldn't have been a dragonfly. It should have looked like a bird. That's what the ornithopter should be.
That's I always said that was the way it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be bird-like, not like a dragonfly.
Yeah, it kind of brought back images of Lex.
Yes, it did. And if anybody watched that science fiction show, you're a real science fiction fan.
I did.
You did?
Yeah. When I came home from work on nights, that was the first thing I turned on Sci-Fi Channel, and Sci-Fi Channel was worth watching.
Yeah, you had Lex. You had was it one of the Stargate series on there at the time? I can't remember.
Yes.
And what was that? What was the third one? They had Farscape.
I would watch Farscape and Lex, and then catch Stargate whenever I could, depending on what time I got home.
That's when the Sci-Fi Channel. Hold on, Tears was really the Sci-Fi Channel, not the Sci-Fi with the Y today.
Sci-Fi. You mean Sci-Fi?
There you go. Thank you.
Well,
yeah, I know. I cried too.
I think I know what you're suffering from. I think we're all suffering from it. When Sci-Fi Channel used to be good.
Emotional damage.
Yes.
Chucky's on Sci-Fi now, though, or whatever, that Chucky show. I don't know.
It's on Sci-Fi and USA at the same time. I don't know why they do it that way, but
I don't know. They own it. I don't know.
The only thing to watch on Sci-Fi is some old shows, really. Some of these networks, that's all there is to really watch, usually. Even on CBS, I don't find there's a few things to watch, but not much. NBC, not really anything. I don't know.
The only thing
I haven't even given that new Quantum Leap series a look.
I don't know. I never really.
They said they're not going to be going with the same storyline from the original, so they lost me right there.
Silly.
About the only new show I watch is On Patrol Live on Reels.
So, getting into this article, it says Hungary has been the unofficial home of the Dune franchise ever since Denis Villeneuve began shooting his original film there in 2019. Now, HBO Max's upcoming spin off series is booking its own flight to the heart of Europe. According to Deadline, Dune the Sisterhood will start filming in Budapest sometime in November. The prequel's start of production has been a long time coming. Warner Brothers and Legendary Television began developing the series in 2019, a full 2 years before Dune finally hit theaters. Originally, Dune co writer, and I do apologize if I mispronounce the last name, John Safitz, was hired to be the showrunner for the project, with Villeneuve directing the pilot episode. However, they both departed the series to concentrate on Dune Part 2, which also began shooting in Budapest in July. Showrunning duties are now split between Diane Adamu John and Alison Schaffer. Like I said, if I mispronounce it,
Yeah, I think it's
apologize.
Shapker. Yeah, Shapker. Yeah, I think you had that right, Shapker.
Come on now, Mike. It's not Japanese. You're doing it to the.
Well, that's what we call cash money up at bat with Japanese names.
Come on, Phil.
Well, Phil. Phil's gonna have to
cut me
step
some
up
break,
on that
man.
one,
Yeah. Otherwise,
Phil's just cranky because he didn't get his power bars or whatever the hell he wants.
He didn't get his adult Happy Meal from McDonald's with his
Oh
coupons.
yeah, that's right. His coupons.
yeah, cut me some a break here, Phil. Otherwise,
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
and besides, everybody knows this.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
See, that should have got.
That's why you're a Cubs fan, right?
Right.
Cash Money does not like Star Trek 5.
Good. Screw that movie. Search for a plot.
Don't
Screw that movie. How about that? Yeah. Screw it.
Remember,
sucks.
Worst Star Trek movie, Nemesis. Remember that.
No, I would rather watch Nemesis than Star Trek 5. That's it.
Yeah, Star Trek 5 is a classic.
No.
To whom, Phil?
My head hurts. My head hurts so much right now.
You really are a fat bastard.
Me or Phil?
Phil.
Okay.
I'm only
because I'm a fan.
I'm only 145 pounds.
Okay. Well, brag. Why don't you?
Yeah,
I'm just giving you a hard time, Phil.
He's fat shaming me. Get rid of him. He's fat shaming me.
And you're making me cry. I tried to gain weight.
Wait. You're crying? Well,
if you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
Hey, I am human. I have feelings. I have emotion.
Yeah,
Cut me, do I?
Data.
Thank you for stopping him from quoting Shakespeare.
No,
I think it would be better if you clipped Data in Generations when he's getting ready to crash into the planet.
Shit.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
See, that was a swear word situation that actually fit.
Yeah. Cash Money does not like Star Trek Generations, just so you know.
Yeah, I do like Generations. I don't think it's a terrible.
Oh, hush your mouth.
I like Generations. I don't
Generations
think it's that bad.
isn't bad. No.
Yeah.
But out of all the movies, I have to say First Contact is still my favorite. First Contact is great.
I cried on Generations.
But if Crit was around, he would tell me how bad Insurrection is. Right? Yeah. And I tell because it's so boring. I said I like the whole political conflict in that. It's just I haven't watched that as many times as I've watched First Contact.
My problem with Insurrection was that was a Star Trek episode. It should have been an episode. We want a movie, not an episode.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying the story is bad or anything like that, but it's like
Right,
when you're going to a theater, you're expecting something more than a glorified episode.
Yeah.
And that's my only problem.
I guess I can see how that could. People.
I
would feel
just
that
want to
way.
meet the person that told the actor that played Lieutenant or Commander Riker in Nemesis to shave his beard. They should take the clippings and they should have beat that person with it. Riker should never be.
He didn't shave in Nemesis. He did an Insurrection.
He did it. He did Nemesis.
No, he did an Insurrection.
It's Insurrection.
Sure.
Yeah, that's because
Yes.
everyone was feeling younger. Deanna
don't
Troy
you-
and Crusher were
Don't
saying
you
how their
remember
breasts were
Riker
before.
and Troy were in the
I'm
bathtub
sorry.
with the bubbles,
Nemesis
and she was
destroys my
shaving them?
mind because of the white uniforms. The
He's
white-
going as smooth as an android's bottom, and Data goes
As smooth
no.
as Android's bottom. He did it, and Data rubs his cheek and goes, "No."
That was the best thing for Jonathan Frakes was to grow that beard.
Yes, it was.
And
she
he just
should
did that.
never shave it.
Yeah,
Do
he
we
did.
have
Well,
the
he did
clip?
that in between the seasons, and when he came, they said keep it. So
Do we have the clip of him saying anybody without his beard?
No. Unfortunately, I do not have that clip. But give me a
okay, dude.
second, and I can actually.
Anybody?
Good one.
sound like it came from my stomach.
I don't know.
My brain is
I am
done.
thinking about something for Halloween, just having a fun stream where anybody can come on for Halloween. I am thinking of something.
You know what I'm thinking about doing? Getting a red wig, and then I'll come on the show and show everybody. To the horror of Cash Money.
Doesn't
The horror of all of us.
I got
I
to
didn't even
respond to that.
How about new?
Now Animals hates redheads
Dude.
too.
Listen,
I was gonna say-
Phil, we talked about this. I told
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I'm still here. He was so quiet
Phil,
for so
I
long.
told you I have never watched
Oh,
Red
yeah.
Sonja, and I told you I'd watch it with you, man.
You
What was
say
it
that
called?
all the time, and then behind the scenes,
I'm just waiting for you to
Pull it
say you want
away.
to watch it.
I'm waiting on Crit. Crit said we were going to watch it with Paul so he can watch it because he never.
Oh.
Do we want to wait for
No,
Paul
no,
and Crit?
Yeah, because first we're going to watch Conan the Destroyer.
No.
Yes, you're going to hear the wizard ching ching.
Let's watch the original Red Sonja.
Yes, that's what we're
Yeah,
going to watch.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, I've never watched it, so
But he doesn't like Destroyer, but he don't like the wizard doing the ching ching.
I just because Destroyer is just too goofy for me, man.
It has Mako in it.
But it's
There's
too
nothing
goofy.
goofy about Mako.
Barbarian had Mako in it too. Mako was great. I miss that guy.
You know.
I just like the wizard scene. The wizard does his little ching ching, and then here's Mako doing his thing to stop him, and then ching ching. Cash Money doesn't like the ching ching. He don't like the pound.
So-
Mike, get a short clip of that, and then you can play that as Cash Money's entrance.
He's just mad.
I already have his entrance, Phil. and it works. So I'll play it again. But he's forgotten about it.
What the hell are you
Please.
talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
And does it ever work? No.
No, I don't listen to Mike when it comes to
Quiet!
and I've got another one for all of you too.
You will be silent.
Just to remember, our Cash Money is a lawbreaker. He breaks the law.
Well,
hybrid law.
You're supposed to be unplugged. Your governor said unplugged.
Dude, I don't. How many?
All
Look,
right, all right,
how many
all right,
times do we have
all
to
right.
go through this? Let him get back to the article, man.
Yeah, I actually am interested in this one. It's because this scares me.
Okay, it goes on to say Dune the Sisterhood takes place 10,000 years before Villeneuve's film and will explore the origins of the Bene Gesserit
Gesserit.
in his first. Gesserit, thank you. In his first Dune novel, author Frank Herbert introduced the group as an ancient sect whose members train their minds and bodies to develop superhuman awareness and guide humanity on the path of their own making. Their backstory was subsequently fleshed out in a series of prequel novels written by Herbert's son, Brian Herbert, and co author Kevin J. Anderson. One of these books, 2012's Sisterhood of Dune, reportedly serves as the TV show's main source of inspiration.
Okay.
Last week, Emily Watson and Shirley Henderson joined the series cast as Valvia and Tula Harkonnen.
Okay.
I'm just making sure.
Oh, no problem.
Sometimes when I haven't seen a name in print before, I kind of try to sound it out, or I just.
I got the same problem too, buddy. Trust me. I know where you're coming from.
Two of the Bene Gesserit's earliest members, Indria Bama, will also appear in the show as Empress Natalia. More casting announcements will likely be made in the coming weeks as the start date gets closer. Adam, John Schaper, and Rec are executing, producing the Sisterhood with Villeneuve, Safetz, Brian Herbert, Scott Z. Burns, Matthew King, John Cameron, and Kate Collins. Byron Merritt, Kim Herbert will executive produce for the Frank Herbert estate, with Anderson serving as co-producer. HBO Max hasn't announced an air date for Dune Sisterhood, but if filming starts in the next few weeks, the series debut could end up coinciding with the release of Dune Part 2 on November 3rd, 2023. Are you happy to hear that the spinoff is finally starting production? And I'll ask you guys what you think.
How about part 2?
Okay.
This is a spin-off of the one we got, right? Is that what
Well, it looks like what they're going to do is, Kevin J. Anderson and Brian Herbert kind of did their own extended universe of the Frank Herbert universe of Dune. They started off, of course, with a prequel to the Dune book itself, dealing with, of course, the Padishah Emperor, Duke Leto, Baron Harkonnen, and Helen, the Bene Gesserit. And of course, it's been hit with mixed results. Some people love it. Some people who are Dune fans aren't. They have a huge number of books now detailing it. They even did one on the Butlerian Jihad that brought together and started up these guilds that we have in these mystical schools, such as the Mentats, the Bene Gesserit, and the Navigators Guild, which, in the Emperor, and when they say the year 10,000 whatever, it's not Anno Domini. It's from the beginning of the Empire, since the Butlerian Jihad. So this is even further in the future than we know of. We don't really exactly know when it starts in our calendar, but wherever it starts there, it's 10,000 years plus beyond that. Now they're going to the beginning of it, which, of course, like I said, they did touch on. This is based off of one of their books. It all depends on what a person's opinion is on Anderson and the younger Herbert's writing in their foray into Frank Herbert's universe, and if how well they're going to stay true and form. Are they going to turn around and turn this into a Rings of Power type of situation?
So is this the same company who did the new Dune movie?
It looks like it, yeah. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of cross-pollination.
Why in the world would they do this? And well, I mean, Do we know anything about the sequel to Dune? Are they making that? Is it in production?
Yeah, it's gonna be next November.
Next November. When's this coming out?
The TV show, we don't know when. Dune 2 is going to come out in November 2023.
Okay.
This series, they don't know. They're suspecting it might come out around the same time. They're right on the coattails.
Is that Anderson, the writer for this series? Is that the same Anderson that wrote in the EU and Star Wars?
Yeah. St. Kevin J. Anderson. He's the one that did a bunch of the.
He is a good writer. He's a good storyteller. So if he does anything like he did with the EU books and Star Wars, this show's in good hands.
Well, yeah. Again, like I said, when you come to Dune fans, there is a mixed response to Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson because they did co-write those books. Some people like them, some people don't. So, again, it doesn't go on the quality of the writer. It's just they don't necessarily like the directions that were taken in this. And people, especially when they did do the hypothetical last book of Dune, because Herbert died before he was able to write the final concluding novel, and they finally did do that in 2 novels actually formed. They don't think it actually went to where Herbert was wanting to go with it. So, there is a little contention in the Dune fan base when it comes around to, to being Herbert purists and then delving into all this other stuff that Brian and Kevin J. Anderson did. Again, nothing against their writing. They're great writers, but which direction they went.
I would trust his son as much as I trusted Christopher Tolkien in his writings to finish out his dad's work.
Right.
Is he? I mean, even Christopher Tolkien in some of the books that he finished off would say, this might not be the way my dad really intended it, but it's kind of the direction to go. I don't have a problem with it. A lot of writers, I always used to joke, the Wheel of Time, that whole series. The guy passes away, and his son ends up writing 6 more books. That was like 18 books, and I'm not sure if he's ever going to write one again. I really didn't have a problem with his son continuing, but I just questioned even the amount of books that Dad wrote about that series. But passing off to father and son, I would trust that more than some other writer coming in and doing it, because father sons tend to talk a lot more if they're in the same type of work.
Yeah.
If a father was a bartender and the son was a bartender, they're going to talk. If they work at like a wood shop and they make wood, they're going to talk. So I feel that, especially in writing books, especially the son, might continue. Christopher Tolkien, for example. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have the Children of Huron. We wouldn't have a more clearer version of the Silmarillion. We won't have. There's a lot the unfinished tales, and yes, there's a lot of contradiction because Christopher Tolkien was contradiction. I won't be surprised if it's the same thing going on here. I don't have a problem if his son taking it over. Like I said, and he's teamed up with a great writer. Anderson has a lot of good books. I didn't read his books outside Star Wars, but the ones he did in Star Wars, magnificent books. Up there.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he's on.
Yeah, I mean, he did stuff for continuing on stories for L. Ron Hubbard. He's done stuff with the Star Wars. Of course, he's been working. And, reading those books, some of them, I had a hard time going through the prequel leading up to Dune itself, with the, Horace Harkonnen, House Atreides, Horace, I got a middle block how you pronounce the Padishah Emperor's last name. But those were the 3 books. And I have to agree with Nerdporial with it. It was subpar. It was not to the level of Frank Herbert, especially the book Dune itself. I mean, the book, there's layers upon layers upon layers. inside Dune itself. That every time you can read it, you can get something new. What Anderson and Brian Herbert did feels more fluff and filler, and just using the characters for fluff and filler than actually continuing on kind of the philosophical, theological, sociological, ecological thoughts that Frank Herbert had that he placed in his original Dune book. Now, granted, as Frank Herbert went along with the Dune series, each book's got a little bit less and less on it, but he still had those principal themes. They weren't as deep as the first Dune book, but it was still there. I wouldn't say any of it was what we'd call kind of fluff. In fact, some of it got really weird. So, I mean, as it goes, I'm interested. I think if they keep if they're not going to turn around and do a ring of power to this and keep true to to that universe as best as possible and not try to woke it, it could be an interesting story, even if you don't necessarily agree with the direction of how they steered the universe compared to what Frank Herbert did. So, I mean, I'm not turned off by it. I'm not scared. I'm intrigued.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're
in
wrong.
Dune, you have the 3 guilds. You have the
Right.
Emperor and his thing. Isn't there more houses than just the 2 houses? If I
Well, there's
remember
all sorts of
correctly?
houses. Yeah, you have House X, which is actually technically 9, and those were the House X was the ones that were they started skirting the ban on machinery with the Butlerian Jihad, but they were known for their great machines. And he had the Beni Talaxu, which were kind of the anti version of them, kind of the evil version of them, where they were doing more with the with genetics, a form of cloning. This is why Duncan Idaho kept on coming back and back in the books, because he was what they call like a Gola, which is not quite a clone, but it is, and the memories are still there. And as it goes along, especially with Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson with the last 2 books of the True Tune series, really gets weird when it comes to that. But yeah, you have several houses, but the book was primarily focusing on Harkonnen, focusing on Atreides, focusing on, of course, the Padishah Emperor in his house, forget it. And of course, Dune, the 4 planets. Those were the major focal points of what that story was. But as it goes out there, you have the Beni Talaxu coming in and getting involved. And of course, you have the guilds, the 3 prominent guilds, which of course, when it comes around to the spiritual and stuff like that, with the Bene Gesserit, with the Orange Catholic Bible and such, the human computers with the Mentats, they're the ones that were taking over for that, and of course the Spacing Guild. You weren't going to get anywhere. These were all metaphors of all the guilds like you had in the Middle Ages. If you want to take Dune, the book Dune, think about something in the Middle Ages in science fiction. Throw in, of course, the worms as your dragons. And of course, all the mercantile and all the guild situations you had there, where the only way you could do something was through this, and of course, then the emperor wants to somehow break it because he doesn't have the full control. You had the Chom, and which was in control of all the mercantiles and the houses, other houses, and which kind of ties the emperor's hands a bit. It's all about political play in that situation. So yeah, there's a lot of other houses in there. And again, that's where I'm saying that there's layers upon layers in this book. And it's very, very deep. It's hard to bring this onto a screen. That's why I have to applaud Denis Villeneuve, or how you pronounce it. It's a French name. I'm horrible with those. But, I applaud how he did that. But even he can't put the full impetus on what's all going on. The wheels and wheels inside wheels, and the enigmas and the backstabbing. But like I said, just take this as one of these medieval stories and throw it 10,000 years in the future with spaceships and worms instead of sailing ships and dragons. And of course, the spice, obviously, that's your spice trade. Back in the West Marco Polo and all those, trying to get all the spices in. That's why you're going over the Himalayas and trying to get the spices.
India and China.
And
I
so
just remember reading it when I read the books, and it's been a long time. I I remember reading the beginning. There was some type of great revolution, or where they were.
That's
You said it before, and I
the
remember
Butlerian Jihad. Yeah, basically
Yeah.
the Butlerian Jihad was when they rose up against the machine and destroyed the
Yeah.
machine because they were under the machine control, and that's why you don't have computers. That's why you have the Mentats. That's why you have the Spacing Guild, and they use the spice. The navigators are not the device that causes a ship to travel. They have their own, the device that actually folds space, travel without moving. But it's navigators with the fact that they're so overdosed on the spice melange, they have mutated, and it's their minds to be able to calculate this, to be able to travel. They're like living astrogation computers. So everything's going into the mind, and of course, then you had the genetic manipulation. I suppose you could even sit back and say eugenics of the Bene Gesserit as they're trying to create the Quasit Heteroc, the great male version of a Bene Gesserit witch. Again, it's all those subtexts in there. I mean, we could have so many different shows talking about Dune. And Quinn's Ideas is a site out there. If you have any, he hits Dune topics great. He is really into it.
I put Dune up there with Tolkien's Lord of the Rings series, in depth, and like I said, I had to read it because back in high school that was one of two books, a series of books you were asked to read after Tolkien. So I remember reading it. I remember reading it again in the early 2000s. I haven't read it, but I do want to reread it now. Some of the stuff that's starting to come back to me. Dune was 1984. That was a big movie at the time.
Oh yeah,
that was a very big movie. And I remember people saying at the time, even when they did Lord of the Rings, they were surprised when they came out with Dune because they always said two books that are huge that would never be made into a movie was Lord of the Rings and Dune. And we got Dune, and later on we did get Lord of the Rings, which I'm still surprised they actually did make it into a movie because, like I said, it was so huge at the time. So, yeah, I was always grateful. I was, how many times can you say in school you're asked to do something and you actually enjoyed it? So I enjoyed reading Dune.
Yeah, it's a great one. I've read it about 3 times. I'm about ready to crack it open again here. The only reason why I have it is I got so many other books I'm reading I have to get through first.
The only series of sci-fi books that I regret ever reading, but again, it was due for school, was the L. Ron Hubbard. But
which one?
I read, I think it was the first one of his books.
Oh, you talk about that entire Mission Earth or whatever?
Yes, Mission Earth. Yep.
Yeah, Battle Earth or whatever. Yeah, I never read those. But I did read Battlefield Earth, the one that they based the John Travolta movie. All 1,000 pages.
Yeah.
The movie was bad. I don't
read the book.
Imagine what the freaking book was like.
Well, the book actually was better. The book was really good because L. Ron Hubbard was a good pulp novelist. I mean, throw Dianetics and Scientology out of there. He was a good pulp novelist, and that was basically a 1,000-page pulp novel that he had for that one. And the movie doesn't do any justice. I'm not saying that it was a great book. It's a good book. But yeah, what John Travolta did was a travesty, no matter what.
I remember people saying that back in the day that there was supposedly a bet L. Ron Hubbard did with an admiral about starting Scientology.
No, you want to know the story? I'll tell you the story. I know exactly that story goes. I know exactly that story. I heard it actually from Harlan Ellison himself. L. Ron Hubbard, they were at one of these parties, and L. Ron Hubbard was talking with Bain. who no, not Bain, sorry, Lester Del Rey, my apologies, of Del Rey Books, who by him, who was quite a character himself. People really didn't know what his real name or anything was until basically after he died. But he was a interesting guy. He came from Minnesota, by the way, near Minnesota connection. And Lester Del Rey is just listening to L. Ron Hubbard just bitch and moan about paying taxes. And Lester Del Rey just sat back and goes, Ron, why did you start a friggin' religion? And he ran with it. And that's how Scientology got started. It was basically for a tax dodge. Now, it doesn't, but I think as it went along, I think as L. Ron started losing his mind, he started getting more and more into it. But
have you seen that building ever in person? It's a monstrosity, dude. It's this blue kind of tower-looking thing. It's ridiculous. There's always somebody out because it's right next to where you go to the hospital. The hospital's there, and then across the street from it is the monstrosity.
Yeah, it's all because you can blame Lester Del Rey. As Harlan also sat back and said he was the first one to get like an electric typewriter in the group, or one of the first ones, L. Ron Hubbard. And basically how he wrote was he'd get meat packing paper on a roll in front of there, put it into the typewriter, keep typing until it got so long it was too unwieldy, ripped it off, and then kept on typing because he hated switching paper all the time. And once he got going into the flow, and of course with the electric typewriter, boom, 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 he was just firing. Well, that's why he has so much stuff and such big books.
You know that other story about the Scientology, right? About about Trey Parker and Matt Stone and Isaac Hayes, about how he left the show. They said if he's going to leave the show if they decided to make fun of Scientology, they did. He left.
Then
yeah,
there was kind of it was kind of a sad thing because Isaac Hayes was not in good health at the time, and actually Isaac Hayes' kid actually talked about it. Basically, the Scientologists came down on him and said, you can't do that. And Matt and Trey didn't realize it at the time, and got all pissy. And of course, the way that Chef died in South Park, they found out about that afterwards because Isaac Hayes' kid was saying about, they were right in there, and virtually anything that he was signing basically was their hand on his, so he could sign his name on this paper and make these statements about how horrible it was that they were going after Scientology. So he was actually, unfortunate at that time, getting used, and Matt and Trey even admitted that. They said no, they didn't know it at the time, but they felt bad.
I just want to say for the record, I am Xenu. I escaped out of the mountains in Spain. I'm Xenu, people. I'm Xenu.
We were a Scientologist. I knew it all along.
Yeah, but I heard that story. But the story that I heard is exactly the same. But it was supposedly he was speaking to an admiral, not the character, the person you were saying. Which I believe either way. But
it was Lester Del Rey because they were at a science fiction gathering at the time. And like I said, Lester Del Rey himself was quite a character. A little shady sometimes.
So, going on to our last story of the evening, it's a bit of sad news, especially for fans of ZZ Top. And he passed away. This article comes from MSN. It says it's been a sad week for the music world. We just shared the sad loss of former Slipknot drummer Joey Jordison. And not long following his death, the music world lost another legend. This time, a bassist from ZZ Top. The band's legendary bassist, Dusty Hill, passed away at the age of 72. According to Hill's bandmates, he passed away at his home in Houston, Texas. They posted a statement from social media accounts to share Dusty Hill's loss.
That's the
We are
second
sad.
one.
Yeah. We are saddened by the news today that our comrade, Dusty Hill, has passed away in his sleep at home in Houston, Texas. The surviving ZZ Top members, right? We, along with legions of ZZ Top fans around the world, will miss your steadfast presence and your good nature and enduring commitment to providing that monumental bottom of the top. We will forever be connected to that blues shuffle in C. You will be missed greatly, amigo. After sharing the sad news about legendary bassist Dusty Hill, ZZ Top decided to cancel all their upcoming shows. This June, ZZ Top announced a 75-date massive tour kicking off this month. Dusty Hill wasn't on stage for the first event due to a hip injury. This was supposed to be a short detour, as they've said. Currently, there isn't any information if ZZ Top will continue their mega tour with a stand-in basis or if they'll cancel the tour entirely. We will be sharing any updates about it. Reaction to his death. Rockers reacted to Dusty Hill's death via their social media accounts. Ozzy Osbourne tweeted, "Rest in peace, Dusty Hill," of the ZZ Top. My thoughts go out to Billy Gibbons and Frank Beard and all the ZZ Top fans around the world. Well, Alex Shotnick, I probably said that wrong. I do apologize. Saying, "Tough week of music. Damn." Pointing out to another loss this week. There are plenty of famous faces from rock music who shared their reactions, though, through their social media accounts. Ghibli Clark tweeted, "Lost another legend today. Dusty Hill. We will always remember him as an authentic Texan with a great sense of humor and ability to hold down the low end of ZZ Top with a growl." Yeah.
Damn.
Well,
Could I say something?
we're losing a lot of great entertainers, a lot of great performers.
Dusty Hill died in July 28th of 2021. This article is almost a year and 2 months late. Sorry. I'm a ZZ Top fan. Love Dusty Hill. He's not an original member. He replaced the guy that was in the first year. But he died in July 2021.
Yeah, I kept thinking it was like one of them died already. I thought it
Sometimes
kept thinking it was Billy Gibbons.
Yeah, sometimes MSN throws an old article and tries to pass it off as new. This is old. Yeah. It was either way, it was a shock. You know. But again, he was 72 years old.
You're right.
Apologize.
I saw it, and you see that it says yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
Metal Shout.
He died last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2021.
He broke his hip, and he was recovering, but I think something set in place. I'm not sure. Don't hold me to what the term was. I'm not sure if it was ammonia or something. But he died like 2 months afterwards. But during the time, they had a replacement guy, the man that was tuning up the guitars, and they even have him. He's still in the band now. They had him grow out his beard, and Dusty wanted him to replace him. You know, even though it was temporarily in his mind. But unfortunately, he passed away.
Yeah, well, I feel like a damn fool for
never trust the dates on MSN. Always go back and do the double check. But sometimes MSN gets an article from a year, sometimes 2 years, and tries to pass it off like today.
Like Bill Gates.
Yeah. So don't feel bad, Mike. I mean,
No.
A reason I know is because I am a ZZ Top fan.
I was about to say something too. I was like, am I wrong? I could have swore he died like last year, and then I kept looking at maybe I was thinking Billy Gibbons died too. So I was looking up Billy Gibbons, and I was like, no, it sounds like he's not dead yet. So what am I losing my mind here?
Yeah, I thought that they lost one. It's like, oh, we lost another one now.
Originally, I thought they were going to say Frank Beard died, and let's be honest, these gentlemen, they're only a 3-man band. They're old. I'm surprised a person from like Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Aerosmith, with all the drugs, especially Aerosmith, they did that one hasn't gone yet. How some of the people in Rolling Stone, the band, not the magazine, the band, how they're still alive. How Mick Jagger's still alive, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost as old as Phil.
He just he put himself together again, I guess. Yeah, no, we don't know why Mick Jagger's still alive, but these guys
made deals with the devil.
So they
was Keith Richards. He almost died how many times and he's still
he's they got clean, just like Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page was a horrible druggie for a number of years when he was younger, but he got clean. I think it was after Zeppelin. I
still say Steven Tyler is the illegitimate son of Mick Jagger. Bite me on the lips. Bite me.
No, he looks like that. He looks like that lesbian aunt that's in the family.
Sometimes when he dresses right.
Oh. No offense to any lesbians.
Well, I don't know. For me, Aerosmith.
Well, I almost got offended there.
When Aerosmith started doing songs like "Dude Looks Like a Lady," that's when I was like, "Oh, their style is changing. I'm not liking this as much."
But getting back to ZZ Top, a lot of people say that's the myth stories, but Dusty Hill and Frank Beard were offered by the big corporation in the late '80s $1 million apiece if they would shave their beards. And they did refuse.
Yep.
The drummer never had the long beard. Never,
No.
But that was ZZ Top. That was their MMO. That beard. So
that was what made them famous.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Not just their music, but their beards.
Well, it's funny seeing a picture of them way back in the early days when they're starting. They didn't have the full beards already. No, they're starting. It's like, boy, that's what they look like.
One of my favorite 3-man bands. Nothing against what's that Canadian band? Tom Sawyer. Rush.
Oh, Rush.
Nothing against Rush. Love Rush, but ZZ Top to me, them and Lynyrd Skynyrd are my Southern bands. I know Lynyrd Skynyrd is more you would call Southern rock, but to me, ZZ Top is also I consider Southern rock.
Well, yeah, because they're out of Texas. I mean, they took that and blended into their sound. I mean,
love their sound, and I'm not sure which one it was, if it's Frank Beard or it was Hill, but they did a song of Elvis, and man, I swear, if you ever get to hear it, you think it was Elvis. Sounds just like Elvis Presley.
So. Well, here's something that isn't from a year ago.
Oh!
Yesterday.
You finally got it.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. I haven't opened it yet. I don't know if I'm going to open it.
Well, you got to read it.
I want to keep it nice.
Well, put the white gloves on. Put the white gloves on and read it.
One that you put away and one you can actually read.
I only ordered one.
Is it signed?
No.
Then open it up and read it.
Yeah.
It's a very sturdy book, Mike.
Wear plastic gloves so the oil of your fingers and your hands don't get on the pages.
Don't worry about it, man. Other people's already touched it.
Well,
you're fine.
What was that? Just $20 or something? Is that what they're charging?
30.
30.
So what you do is you actually get that pair of tweezers and the candle. So you sterilize the tweezer every time we turn the page. You turn the page, then you sterilize it, then you turn the page. That's what you got to do, Mike.
You know what used to paranoid me about some books when you get them from the library and stuff like that? Is the people that lick their finger when they turn the page.
I've never done that.
No, Mike, you can read this thing. You don't have to bend the pages too much. I managed to do mine. I didn't do any damage to it. It's stiff, so if you're not
That's
careful,
what she said.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Are you going to trust Animos with all the animosity you do to him all the time? I mean, this might be his revenge.
Thanks, Baron.
You're
giving me away.
Like what I would do is
Seems
put
like it's
that
time for
away
that song again. Yeah.
and
Oh, you
not
shut
touch
up,
it,
Cash.
Not touch it. Wait for the
I
fray.
think you're right, Cash.
Wait for the
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Open it now and use your and lick the pages as you turn it now. Like that's what
I'm going to find a YouTube of that video,
man.
and I'm going to let my grandkids hear that, and I'm going to, you know what? I might even record them if they like it enough to let them see it.
Oh, jeez.
We're going to get that. We're going to get that trending worldwide.
Dude, he's done a clip of at least 3 of us. So you we didn't want to leave you out, Anonymous.
I'm safe.
I appreciate that.
I'm not interested enough, so I'm happy about that.
I have something in mind for Phil, but I'm looking through clips.
Uh-oh. That's why he went quiet. Sometimes you gotta get nervous when Pacific goes quiet. It's like, what's he up to?
One of these days, I'm going to draw Phil an avatar.
Mm.
It's going to be a plumber bent over with his butt crack, and then somebody filling it up with some caulk.
There we go. Whoa!
Wait a minute. Whoa.
There we go into a weird area.
Whoa.
Caulk gun, caulk.
Right there, are we?
You gotta know how to use your cock right to get that right flow going through there. If you don't handle your cock right, I tell you, I mean,
the thing is, when it comes to talk, is it the clear or is it the milky white?
Oh,
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Yo!
Any color you want, Phil.
The first one to the left, he stays seated. He's not an asshole.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple that stay seated, but yeah, there's a couple there are not assholes out there. I am. Yo.
All right.
Now I'm kind of worried. Now, Anonymous, somehow I'm in his dark fantasies, and I'm kind of scared.
Don't drop your keys, Phil. Just kick them until you get home.
I get that image of that Deep South movie. Do.
Hey, Phil, can you squeal like a pig?
Oh no. That image, I'll never forget the first time seeing that. That's all I remember is the image of his friend being tied to the tree around his neck and looking at what's happening and knowing in horror that he might be next.
No, he was gonna be next.
Yeah,
Oh God, Deliverance. I can only take so much of that movie.
Ding 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 ding.
Let's
see that like Pulp Fiction.
I don't know why y'all are trashing my family for.
No, all I have to say is, thank God Burt Reynolds realized clean shaven is not for him neither. He needs a mustache.
No. He'll always look, Yeah,
we know Phil likes out. No, we know how Phil likes his men.
Yeah, gotta have that. It tickles,
Uh-huh.
Red hair, right? Yeah.
Red hair and with a
Mhm.
beard, mustache.
Mhm.
Like some hairy.
I should pick up my girlfriend and bring her down, and she can hear all this craziness that you guys talk about.
Oh God!
Oh, who cares?
And she'll just nod her head. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, they're onto you, Phil.
Uh-huh.
They got you pegged.
She
So
yelled
it'll
at me
come-
one time on the stream. I had to get off here, man. She was pissed.
Animal
Yeah,
Moss,
she
you have to
she
say
finds
pig.
out that Phil's on the stream.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Did you have to say pegging when we're talking about cock earlier?
No, cock, not cock.
Ah,
Gotta say it right.
I was gonna say you got to make sure you enunciate.
Enunciation is very important.
It's very.
Otherwise, it could be misconstrued as something else.
Yes, YouTube.
And get Mike flagged. That's
It's been already about the first 5 minutes into the show. Flag. We've been shadow banned.
Don't give YouTube any ideas. Of course, they already have that idea in their small channel. Yes, shadow ban.
Yeah.
Small channel, shadow ban. Small channel, shadow ban.
Well,
he's
can
not in the
I-
Pacific Coast.
can I
He's
say
false
some-
advertising. Shadow ban.
Can I say some good news for myself and probably a lot of people out there that was reported today?
What's up, Phil?
We're getting what people wanted for the last couple of years. Fallout New Vegas 2.
Potentially. They said they would be
okay.
interested. We don't know.
But it's
about for
not
sure.
going to be Bethesda. It's going to be Obsidian.
Yes, but they said they would be interested in doing it. It doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Don't be a negative person. I'm tired
just
of your
being
negative
honest.
waves. Your negative waves. Positive thinking.
Hey, negative Nancy Cash.
Otto Moss, Mike, how long have those two been married?
As
long as I've been on here.
I think all of us could do better than Phil. Oh.
The negativity, man. Just think it's going to be a beautiful bridge, and it's going to be there.
Here's what the article says. And thank you for posting it in the private chat, Phil.
You're welcome.
It says Fallout New Vegas 2 is reportedly in very early talks at Microsoft. Journalist claims Obsidian could work on a sequel to the classic RPG. All right. It says a sequel to Fallout New Vegas is in very early talks at Microsoft, according to a journalist speaking on his premium Giant Bomb show. Grubsnuck. I don't know. So many weird names. Why can't anybody come up with a name like PACIFIC414? It's easy. Rolls off the tongue.
Sure.
Tongue twisters.
I think it's Grub Snacks.
Whoa. Oh, okay. Grub Snacks.
I don't know.
Grub Snacks, Grub Snocks. I don't know.
No, either. I'm just trying to help. Don't kill a messenger. Attack Phil. It's his fault.
All right. You heard it, Phil.
It's his idea, his story.
I posted the article for you. I'll take the blame for it. Yeah. But I'm with Baron. I think it's Rubber Snacks.
Whatever. Grub Snacks. Paywalls transcribed by VGC, VentureBeat, Jeff Grub claimed that original developer Obsidian could create a sequel to the classic RPG now that it's under the same roof as license holder Bethesda. This is very early, but people have begun to have talks and say these words and sentences, and those words are Obsidian and New Vegas 2, Group said. We're talking years and years away. There's at least an interest and conversations happening about making something like that actually a reality. Group added, a lot of people at Microsoft think that this could work, and there's a lot of interest to make it happen. Fallout New Vegas is a 2010 action role-playing game developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by Bethesda Softworks. A spin-off of the Fallout series, the game encompasses a region consisting of Arizona, California, and Nevada. Back in 2013, Obsidian CEO Fergus Urquhart claimed he was keen to create a sequel to the New Vegas and shared some of his ideas for a follow-up. Oh, we'd love to do Fallout New Vegas 2. It would be awesome. If I think of going from Fallout 1 to Fallout 2, we try to associate the two areas somewhat closely. It wasn't just, oh, we're going to do this 2,000 miles from here. So I think if we're to do Fallout 2 New Vegas or just a new Fallout, we would probably separate it from what the internal team at Bethesda is doing. Goes on to say we'd keep it on the West Coast because we're West Coast people. They're East Coast, so it makes sense. What does he have against East Coast, huh? Huh? What does he have against East Coast? Dude, that's coastist.
It is.
Coast.
Oh, you're just a coaster. You're just a coaster.
All right. I just thought I'd say something funny. Microsoft acquired Obsidian in 2018. The corporation then ZeniMarks Media, parent company of Bethesda, works in 2021. The move saw Xbox Game Studios grow from 15 to 23 development teams with the addition of Bethesda Game Studios, ID Software, ZeniMax Online Studios, Arcane, Machine Games, Tango Gameworks, Alpha Dog, and Roundhouse Studio. And speaking of Microsoft, didn't they just lay off 1,000 workers or something?
I think they did, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Yep.
That's usually what happens. They buy something, and then a couple months to a year, then they start, hate to say, cutting back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, New Vegas too. People have been wanting. I mean, nothing against the previous game of Fallout 3 or Fallout 4 or 76. The big one for this is just like Elder Scrolls with Skyrim. Fallout Vegas was a huge super hit on all the platforms. So
weren't people kind of not happy with 76? I kind of heard there was also
76 had a lot of problems when it first came out. Bugs, yes.
They rushed it.
It didn't have. It was barren, and now I guess it's better. But I would still say if you're gonna play that game, pay like $3 for it or something. I don't know.
I know Bethesda had this big sale going on Steam not too long ago.
I play 76. I've been playing it for a year. I'm fine with it. I like how
that right there answers my question right there in the quality of the game.
I would not have purchased the game or be paying a subscription to it when it first came out. That first year, that game was a mess. Whoever was over there, and again, can't blame Bethesda. That's the other company, the ZeniMedia. They're the ones in charge of Elder Scrolls Online. Elder Scrolls Online is fine. They didn't rush it. It's a perfect game. Fine if you like it.
It's good.
Not the same for the RPG. Similar stories, but the gameplay, it's a totally different when you're playing an RPG and multiplayer. With the Fallout games, it's not much of it. There's no difference at all. There's no difference at all. You can feel comfortable going from the RPG to the multiplayer. I hope they come out with Fallout Vegas. I really didn't care if it was Bethesda themselves doing it or Obsidian or even another company. I really don't care. As long as they do another one, I'm happy with it. I'll be happy with the same similar locations. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
but how?
Sorry, go ahead.
How long you're going to have to wait, though? I mean, it's going to take a long time for them to get this
since
out.
it's technically not going to be Bethesda or ZeniMax doing it, it's Obsidian. They're not going to. Obsidian doesn't do this like Bethesda. 5 years from now, we're going to get Elder Scrolls 6. No, if Bethesda's doing the talk, you can say within three years max. 3 years. And it's been a while. You have to remember, it's been longer for Fallout 4. Wasn't as great as New Vegas, but it was still good. It's a long time since we had a real good Fallout game where, like I said, Fallout, if you play any of the Fallouts, New Vegas is the one to play.
I think
the best one.
Yeah, I think my daughter was playing 76. I don't know if she played New Vegas or not.
No,
but
well, like I said, but here's the thing about Fallout.
I've only played Fallout 3.
Fallout 3 is still good. There's still people still playing that RPG. You know, it has the same repeatable gameplay like Oblivion and Skyrim. As I've said this to Mike and I said it to Cash. You can go on anytime, anywhere on YouTube, and you will find Elder Scrolls, any of them being played.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's
But
definitely.
give me that yawn, man. It's too early. It's only 11:50 over here. Way too early for that young man.
He goes to bed early, don't you know? Early to bed, early rise. That's why he gets his money.
Not because he chooses to. Because Galvin Newsom told him to unplug.
All right. Dude, are you still on that, man?
You're
making him sound like Dave.
You act like I care what Mussolini has to say. I don't. Like I never.
He can call the electric company and cut your power anytime.
He can't do shit. He can go fuck himself. Heard that, YouTube? And go fuck himself. Cool.
What's wrong with the electric company? Hey, you guys.
He
taught you how to read.
He told the people to buy electrical cars, and then a week later tells them, "Hey, don't plug in. Don't plug in, Cash.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy an electric car. I don't see a reason for it yet. I just don't.
His is steam powered.
But here's the thing. He's
got a Stanley steamer.
I put coal in my car somehow, and then it runs.
The Congress or whatever over there, they call them over there in the state of California, Stan, passed all these rules. Like you and me can order a computer. Their computers, if you order it from California, have to meet energy standards or it can't come into California.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got to crank the side of it to power it up. I mean,
it's got to get the
Well, that's why those computers are energy efficient now.
The man almost got recalled, and the only reason he didn't is because they tried to turn the other person into some. I don't even want to go into it.
Because the other person was going to stop
Please don't.
I'm just not going to go into it. It's just we're not going to get. YouTube is screwed up. They just are, and people who even are on YouTube know it's screwed up.
We're screwed up. What are you talking about?
We are.
There's something terribly wrong with us.
I have a friend in California, and he was telling me there's a law about the billboards. You can't put white males on the billboards.
I don't know.
Can we back up something here?
That sounds far-fetched.
Yeah,
I'm not in California, but that's why I asked a Californian. But it wouldn't surprise me if they make rules and laws like that.
California, land of fruits and nuts, California.
You know, some of us are from the land of fruits and nuts.
But you escaped.
Well, me.
I'm not worried
yet.
about it, man. I've been living here a long time, and where I live, I don't deal with a lot of this crap. So
you don't have people on your street.
No, I'm not living in San Francisco where people are. You know,
I think you are. I think you're lying.
Phil, he lives in the Napa Wine Valley. One of the wines you probably drink are from his winery. That's why he's cash money.
I don't
Stop.
see him-
He's in there like Lucille Ball stopping the grapes, Phil.
I don't see him
It's
as
his
a
feet
Carlo
that you're
Rossi
drinking,
person.
Phil.
If he was Carlo Rossi Rhine, I would say okay, but no. He Boone's Farm, maybe. He's Boone's Farm.
Him and De Palma. Him and De Palma are together doing that winery.
Oh shit! Super.
You know, he probably goes and pass grape juice off.
You will be silent.
Or maybe he needs a bowel movement. Here's some prune juice.
What?
What? Prune juice.
I know what prune juice is, dude. Where's your mind going
It's
right
the
now?
drink of It's a drink of Klingons, Phil.
It's
don't
well
bad
past
mouth
Phil's bedtime.
It's
He's
a
losing
warrior's
it.
drink.
And it, man, keeps going on about Mussolini in Napa Valley.
He needs
Running
his
off
warm
on
milk and
tangents.
cookies, and you know.
Speaking of Napas, I think Phil needs his Napa.
I think he does. I think he does.
It ain't,
Tell the
it ain't
nurse
midnight
you
yet.
need
It ain't midnight yet.
I mean, I know it's not. You're not drinking the wine from Cash Money's winery because they don't do Mad Dog 2020. But you know,
Yeah. He's Boone Farms. Boone Farms. $3 wine.
$2 Chuck. What about $2 Chuck?
It's okay, Cat.
Yes, Boone's Farm.
I'm
My
not
parents
worried
always
about
said
it,
if there's one wine you never want to pick up, it's Boone's Farm. Thing is,
If
I don't
went
drink
to go,
wine.
If I went to go live in Delaware, there'd be problems over there too. So
No.
you know, I'd rather just stay
We're safe here. We're safe.
Oh, are you kidding me?
We're safe. We're safe.
Joe Biden comes from Delaware.
No, he doesn't. Take that back. He is from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Scranton.
Not according to him.
Oh, man.
Scranton.
I got a Scranton. I got an itch. I got a Scranton.
Just remember, Cash. When I go to the store, there's no sales tax. When it's $1, it's $1.
I'm happy for you, man.
Yeah, you better be
Wow.
happy for me.
I'm so excited.
Whoop de doo.
But then
There's no
again,
sales tax.
I ain't got to worry about my governor trying to kill the power on me.
Well, power's been on, so
He's paid for his house 14 times already.
Mhm.
Oh man.
All right, I think now's a good time to end tonight's broadcast.
Oh man.
Cash Money got 4 more minutes, and then Galvin's cutting the power, so make it quick.
Oh gosh,
Not
give
gonna
it
happen.
up, Phil.
Seriously. Yeah.
You just make sure you save your money and buy that electric car.
Just make sure that you make sure that Easy Bake Oven is working, all right? And make sure
You're gonna need it.
They make them little easy bake.
You're
ovens
gonna
that will
you're gonna
go-
need it for those brownies, man, when you don't get your coupons. Come on.
Brownies. You know, a certain individual told me he tried to go into a Dairy Queen.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
I needed that.
You can come back if you promise to behave, Phil.
You could try.
He makes no promises.
You can let me know in the private chat if you're going to behave. If you're not going to behave, sorry, youngster, out you go. So, is there anything you guys would like to promote while I wait for Phil's response?
I'd like to promote geriatric care for the elderly.
Wait, Anonymous, that sounds like something Phil would say.
No, it's for Phil. I'm just trying to get him some help.
The sad thing is, I'm older than him.
Oh no,
not by
I'm
much.
54.
Oh wow.
I thought Phil was like 112.
He sounds
I thought he was 12.
He's
Yeah.
actually just in like the bubble, like Futurama. It's just the head. that talks.
Oh yeah, it's the head. Yep. Mhm.
He's just the head in a jar.
The elderly abuse.
You bring it upon yourself.
I am a proud. I got my AARP card. I'm proud.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and just say subscribe to the Anonymous channel. Come watch my videos. Cash, watch my videos.
I've been watching your videos actually.
Have you?
I have.
What do you think?
Pretty good. I liked
did
your
not comment.
your first episode of She-Hulk. I got some good laughs.
See, there you go. My videos are full of laughs. Go watch them all.
The true question is, did he like and commented on your videos?
Well, obviously, he didn't comment, but I don't know. Do you like them?
Yeah, they've been pretty good, man. As I said, I liked your She-Hulk one.
That sounds
Check
a little
out-
non-committal here.
Yeah, I know. Check out my
Cash, we're just waiting on the comment, man. We're waiting for you to
gotta get that comment.
let us all know if you're commenting or if you're liking.
Well, we're waiting.
That's how I feel about Phil whenever he starts talking. So
Don't you start.
No, this is how we all feel when Phil starts talking.
Let's go while we're young.
I only like the YouTubers that are cute girls. That's all I'm only gonna say. You guys forget it. I mean, I don't swing that way.
I told you last week you stick boobies in front of a camera, and
well, yeah, obviously. I mean,
Well,
It's not boobies. Boobies.
it's not fair. I mean, I can stick my boobies in front of the camera, but I don't think they're going to bring
Please don't.
anybody to the
We
yard.
don't want your milk jug
no.
going to the yard. No, no.
Want to see mine?
No.
Sorry, I'm not
Negatory.
lost, but there's only one thing I got to say about that.
How about no?
You don't know what you're missing.
I'm guessing.
Whatever. All right, everybody, go to my channel, subscribe, like, watch a video. I'm done. That's it. It's over.
That's
Follow
it.
me on
It's over,
Twitter.
man.
And like them. Please like and comment. Make them feel
like
good.
and subscribe. Yes.
I want you to know it's over.
Well, bye.
Nice. Cash, your turn.
Yeah. So this week I'm still going to be doing Saints Row 2 because I got to stick it to this nonsense of the reboot garbage. So it's gonna play the old Saints Row games. Don't play the new. Don't play the reboot. Don't waste your time. I mean, if you want to, really, fine, but I wouldn't do it.
I will send you to Jesus.
That's right.
So, are you going to play it on easy, or are you going to do?
No,
CPO?
dude, I'm playing it on either normal or hard. I don't play any games on easy.
He's
Hear
not
that?
Paul. He's not Paul.
Not. I was trying to keep Paul's name out of it. Now it's
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
there's
step
two
over that
people.
line.
There's Paul, and then there's another person who likes to play games on easy as well, who I think influenced Paul, but I'm not going to say his name on stream.
I'm not getting in the middle of this one.
That's right. That's all.
I play games on easy because I suck. I mean, I admit it.
Well, you know, as long as you're man enough to admit it.
A man's got to know his limitations. As
That's
Cody
right.
used to say.
That's right.
Yep, seriously.
Oh man,
Dude, like
that's
I
the man
do.
that knows what's up. Oh man, I
You
get you.
grab a young family member in their teens, and you say, "Here's the joystick, or here's the paddle, or here's the keyboard and mouse, and do it for me."
Yeah.
I'd
you
rather
never
do it
do
myself. You
CPU.
get a more sense of accomplishment when you beat a game yourself.
So true.
Yes, you do.
I gotta behave. There's so many openings here. I could make a sound, man. I'm gonna have to behave.
And we're trying to end this, Baron.
Yeah, we don't want to ban. We don't shadow ban poor Bike. You know, he's got a good channel. We don't want YouTube coming down. Behave now. You can do it, Baron. You can do it. Yeah, I know I can do it. Okay, now behave. Don't
Even the
keep
cat's
those,
confused.
keep those words in your head. Those are the
Even
thoughts.
Mouse is going, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because
my calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
yes, I'm just playing random clips.
That's a great line, though.
Just going through the list now.
Yep.
All right, so anything else, Cash?
No, that's it for now.
Uh-huh. So nothing related to
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yeah, Sensei.
Yes, we're that's still gonna happen, Mike. Just don't know a date yet. That's why
6 months later.
No, it won't be 6 months later, dude. Don't worry.
No, it'll be 6 months later. But
No,
he's
it
still
won't.
saying, I'm going to do a live stream. And yeah, still waiting
3
on that.
decades later.
Yeah. You will have some information sooner than when I talk to Phil about stuff, Mike. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna hold you to that.
I know you are, dude.
I'm holding
Cash,
him back.
where's my info?
I'm holding him back.
Yeah,
I'm
Mike.
holding-
I
I'm holding it
tried to
back.
get you that info, but I really couldn't deliver it. You said you would have that info. Give me my info.
We'll get that.
I only deal with Outfo, so
Outfo.
Miss coupons.
Get those
Coupons,
coupons. Yeah.
I will get my coupon.
Oh,
Maybe when I go to the
I
grocery
will
store
get my
tomorrow, I'll see
coupons.
some coupons. Who knows? They just may not be for
Or
McDonald's.
Buster Bars.
Or Buster Bars. Yeah, I don't think we have those here in
You know,
California.
I got
think on
Buster
the East
Bars.
Coast,
I went and bought, I have a Dairy Queen right behind my house. And
I think
Yeah.
Buster Bars is an East Coast. Yeah. Is in the
and
East
we're going to be
Coast. I don't think we
posting
have-
for the Patreon and the GoFundMe in the link here pretty soon, so you can donate for coupons for Phil.
Coupons.
So we can make coupons for Phil.
Not
And
expired.
yeah, please give generously.
Or I'll take, what do they call it, gift certificates. They
No.
used to do gift
It's gotta be coupons. You say coupons, we can't. We see with coupons.
Well, just as long as they're not the fake ones. Paul learned his lesson messing with me. He's not allowed in Dairy Queen.
He's not allowed in Dairy Queen.
He didn't get served. They told him to get out. I'm not making this up.
This is intriguing.
That sounds like a tall tale.
Oh, yeah. I'll prove it to you. I'll have the young man, when he comes back from vacation, prove it to him.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No Buster
In the
Bars.
meantime, Baron,
Yo,
I know you have a channel.
yeah, there's
I know
rumors
you
at
have
the moment.
I know you have a show.
Yep. Are you doing yours tomorrow, by the way, too? The Wednesday still? Tomorrow?
No. Because we weren't having Tuesday Night Trek tonight. I
Okay.
thought, okay,
Yeah.
what if I do Pop Talk Tuesday night and do a live reaction to episode 3 of season 2 of Chucky on Wednesday night?
Okay, I think I got that. Okay, but yeah, tomorrow 9:00 Central Standard Time, not Pacific 414 time, but Central Standard Time. I'm going to be having Baron After Dark. Finally, there's been a little bit of hit and miss here, but Texas Salty Sea, he'll be on. So we'll be talking tomorrow at 9:00 Central Standard Time on my channel, Baron Norman Tag. Of course, you can catch me with Pulp Talk, Pulp Culture Minefield with Gary and Keith, Saturday mornings, noon Central Standard Time, and hopefully KDTV, which is King Dolphin TV, will have a show that's usually around 4:00 Central Standard Time, also on Saturday. And I gotta say it, I gotta say it. The Kings are back, baby. 5 o'clock Central Standard Time at 24/7 Fusion Media site, and you can catch us. It's great. We had our first show last Sunday, a couple days ago. There, it was great. It was Old Home Week, so that's what you got for me.
Nice.
How
And
did I do?
I'm going to go ahead and put Pop Culture Minefield link in there, and I don't have King Dolphin right at the ready. I can get it. So let me get Pop Culture Minefield. Gary and Keith do great stuff over there. If you guys haven't checked out their channel before, check it out. Although I will admit I've been slacking. I haven't been watching a lot of Pop Culture Minefield. I'm sorry, Gary. I'm sorry, Keith.
You don't admit to it. You just they don't know.
Gary's gonna get you.
I know he is. I know he is. That's why I'm apologizing.
I've never been to Baron's channel. He hasn't invited me.
You've been over to Bear's channel. You've been into his chat.
Yeah, I think you have.
That was a clone.
Clone.
Clone? Well, I'll tell you what, Phil. Some Wednesday here. Of course, next Wednesday is going to be open mic night. You can join in and chatter away next week with the rest of us. But if you want to be on sometime, I'll be more than happy. You and me, we'll talk.
As long as the old man's there, I'll be there. Justice for us old people. And no, I do not have a YouTube channel. Thank God.
You should.
No.
You should get. You would get views. You would get subs. I've told you this many times.
I'll get something. YouTube was crazy. I had 3 people that I normally watch on YouTube, and this is serious. They decide they can't deal with YouTube anymore with the things going up and down, Shadow Man, and they left for Rumble. I ain't telling nobody what to do, but I'm not a fan of Rumble, but I might look into just popping over there, seeing what's going on. Maybe it might be better than YouTube. I don't know. YouTube's going crazy. That's all I can say. I talk to Cass about it every night. It is what it is. So even if I even thought about it, it definitely wouldn't be a YouTube. It would definitely be. It might be something like Rumble, or maybe even for gaming for Twitch, but never. No YouTube. No.
I can understand that.
Yeah, I can do that.
It's getting, like I said, they're getting even more crazier with their stuff. People are losing subscribers, and then they get them back, and then they lose them again. And it ain't people unsubbing. I'm subbed to Mike, and I told them about 2 months after I subbed to Mike, they unsubbed me.
Yeah, I got unsubbed to Echo Base. I had to resub to them because.
And it's happening quite often. So I keep about 10 people as subs. I go to more channels than that, but I like to keep the 10 so I can keep track. And I make sure every day, because the unsubbing is crazy. And not only that, comments are disappearing. And I know for a fact on my friend's channel, he is not removing comments. So where the comments are going, I do not know. So, yeah, I can understand why a lot of people, if you notice, in the last 2 months are even more complaining about YouTube. So,
oh yeah, I noticed that Brandon is even kind of complaining about it.
Yeah, I saw a video on it the other day, and it's similar to what's happening to a lot of people. Maybe competition might be the good thing.
Competition always is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So, and I don't know the rules. I don't know the rules of Rumble, but I think it's a little bit easier. You could be a little bit more outspoken.
No, well, it is, but they also have censorship issues too. I think the best one, if you want more freedom of speech, is
Odyssey.
Yep.
But there are hiccups as far as getting your YouTube content copied over there.
Yes,
I've tried it a few times and it hasn't worked.
And I heard, and I'm not holding me to this, but I'm not fully knowledgeable. that Rumble is a lot easier to get monetized than it is on YouTube.
That's what I've heard. Whether it's true or
Mhm.
not, I don't know. I'm not going to say it is. I'm not going to say it isn't when I don't know myself.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I guess, like I said, everybody's different. There's a channel that I know of and I watched since he started last year. He went from no subs to within a year of 155K. So he really
Well,
took off.
some people it works out that way for
Yep.
them.
He found his niche. He talks about ships like the Titanic and ships like that, ships that sunk, World War II ships. You know, he's big into ships. He found his niche and people loved it. You know, sometimes
knows
it
his ship.
happens that way. Yep.
Maybe if I just talked about baseball 24/7 on this channel might be bigger than where it's at, but I'm more than just baseball.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. It depends. Sometimes sports, unfortunately, doesn't bring in people. It can, but there's already a lot of channels out there. So
I would tell you this: if this was 1974 and Pacific was talking baseball, he would be up there immediately.
Oh,
because,
well,
you know,
obviously, yeah.
I blame baseball for its own dysfunctionalities.
Those were the days.
I mean, I just couldn't see Mike just doing a channel only on baseball or the Cubs.
I'm glad. I like his gaming. I do
Yeah.
that, Mike. I do like your gaming. I do like your gaming streams.
I'm
Even
still
when you
jealous.
suffer, even when you suffer and you're trying to get through a hard part, I like it that you still attempt to get it done.
Yep.
I'm still jealous he got that Back to the Future game. Man, that was fun.
That's the point and click one, yeah.
Yep. I mean, I enjoyed playing it.
It's supposed to be like Back to the Future 4. It feels that way, yeah.
The next game I was almost thinking about streaming, even though I've played it multiple times before, was the Walking Dead game.
The original is great.
Yeah. And,
Maybe we should
you
put.
know, I've had some people say, "Why didn't you play the current games?" Well, sometimes I don't want to play the current games because all they are remasters.
Yeah, and if you haven't played them, it's like, oh, there's a remaster coming out, a remake. It's like, oh, well, I haven't played the original, so yeah, I can see myself playing this if I'm interested. But yeah,
You know, in the mid '90s, EA came out with these two great games. They were a hockey one and a football one, mutant football and mutant hockey.
Mutant League
Oh,
football,
I
Mutant
love
League
that.
hockey.
Oh, you
Those
used to
are
take
fun.
the hockey puck and hit it, and you hit the goalie and blow him up. You know exactly what I wish I can find someone playing that and streaming that today.
I wish I had a copy of either of those games.
You know,
I would be streaming it.
Sounds like Warhammer Blood Bowl.
It's kind of like it kind of was just think football, Warhammer style, you know. But the hockey one was even better than a football one. You go into a hockey stick and you whack it, and like I said, you go to the goalie and it explodes. It was a playoff Madden and a playoff NHL. You know, they did a good job. I wish they did more. But some of the good games that people want, you can't get them. You can play them if you want to. You know.
Well, I mean, I even have this crazy idea of playing Ninja Gaiden. I don't know if I'm going to play it here or on my Twitch channel.
you could see how far you can get.
Yeah.
We can all try doing Star Trek Online together and see how bad we do.
I haven't played Star Trek
I'm up for that.
Online. I finally updated stuff with Spock recently, but I don't know how much I'm going to play that game. But I did install it again. So.
I haven't played Star Trek Online when they had. I bought that little tin can version that had looked like Kirk back in the day. You buy this, and it was supposed to be special, and I'll be honest, I was disappointed in Star Trek Online. When I don't know if they improved it, but
It's a lot better now. Actually, I started from the scratch. I figured, you know what? My one character is still disjointed because I was so sporadic. I'm playing. I started off, I think, last week with starting off fresh, a new character. I'm already up almost this close to going to captain. I'm going through the whole storylines that they got, and it's like, wow, they've done it. Yeah, they cleaned this up pretty good. So I'm happy about that.
I liked what I saw on Paul's on his Star Trek. If I was to play, I would be more tempted to do the Klingons. I like the Klingons.
Yeah, I was thinking about starting a Klingon from scratch.
Yeah. Oh, Baron. Well, there's only one thing I have to say to you two gentlemen.
Glory to you and your house.
Kapla!
You know, there was a video. You put a VHS and you played Star Trek like that, and that guy that was there, he was on it. And you played the board game. They had a Star Wars that had Darth Vader, the same thing. And you would play it, and you would go around. Anytime he says "kapla," you had to pick a special card. And I missed that VHS game. That was cool. You know,
I think they did that same. I think they did one with Q too.
Yeah, it was very. They were very popular. There, like I said, there was a Star Wars, and there was I think 2 Star Treks, and he was in one of them. And I remember I was the first time playing, I was the one given the offer I could take a shuttle and escape the Enterprise. You know, sayonara, suckers, and adios.
Adios, farewell, goodbye. That's right.
Well, some of those, Star Trek games that came out in the 90s, especially for, Windows PC, unfortunately, I didn't have a Windows PC that could handle them.
I played that one that was it was a Klingon one. It was for.
Are you talking about the one that Christopher Plummer was in?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Or is it the one that Robert O'Reilly was in?
It came out in 1998, 99. You only could play Klingons. That's the only thing I can remember.
Yeah,
Klingon Academy.
Yeah, Klingon Academy.
Yeah.
Wasn't that like the sequel off of Starfleet Command, the one that was basically a computer version of Starfleet Battles, where they had George Takei doing the voiceover for that one? Yeah.
I think that was an intent to get people, if they would have done the Klingon show, which Star Trek should have done, why didn't they listen to Mr. Dorn? They should have done that Klingon show. They should have. If Deep Space Nine didn't prove it, the Klingon show would have been a hit. Would have been a hit.
That in the Sulu series, no matter what you think of George Takei, they should have done the Sulu series as well.
Yeah, I like George Takei Sulu. His personality.
Yeah.
Forget about what he is, but his personality is just
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, despite what we might think of him as a person, with what he does, but we love Sulu. We love the character. He does it right. He does it great. He should have done the Sulu series.
Did you see the episode where he was on
Voyager? Yeah.
Yes, I love that. I loved how it tied into Star Trek 6.
Yeah, that was flashback.
Yep. And you know what the funny thing is? I always knew the guy who played Tuvok was the same guy that was in that. And me and my best friend argued over it. No, it's not the same guy. So, I had to pop out the Star Trek 6 and pop out the Voyager and, prove it to him. It is the same guy.
No, he wasn't in Star Trek 6. He was in Generations on the Enterprise B. On the Enterprise B. He wasn't a Vulcan.
No, that was his daughter that was on Generations.
No, Tuvok.
No, I'm talking about Tuvok, the actor who played Tuvok. He wasn't in.
Yeah, he was there. He was there.
Not in Star Trek 6. He was on Generations.
But Sulu's ship wasn't in Generations.
No, but the actor that played Tuvok, he was not in Star Trek 6. He was not on the bridge of the Excelsior. He was in Generations, and he wasn't a Vulcan. He was playing a human, but it was the same actor on board the Enterprise B.
We're gonna have to review that.
You're gonna have to review it.
You give me a second,
because even the lady that she was the same lady that played the second command. She was there too.
Grace Whitney. Yeah, yep. She was. She was in both.
That was his first officer.
Yeah.
In flashback, they did a story with Tuvok being involved because he was suffering from some adverse effect of a mind meld. I can't remember the entire plot of the episode, but
right.
It goes back to the events of Star Trek 6. Now, we all
Right.
know in the actual movie there is no sign of Tuvok.
Not in Star Trek 6, no.
Yeah.
And like I said, but the actor played in Star Trek Generations as a background
Jim
character.
Ross.
Yeah, but he was not a Vulcan, but he was in the background
Yeah.
on board the Enterprise B.
Yeah, he even has a line as the Enterprise B is getting hit by the Nexus
Oh, yeah,
wave.
you're right,
and-
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
I think
you
he
know,
said, "We ain't found shit." I think that's what he said. No, wrong movie.
Spaceballs. You guys found
Yep.
anything yet? We ain't found shit.
Just imagine that's Tuvok.
Spaceball. The scene I'll never forget is they're combing the planet, and they actually got a giant comb combing the sand.
Yep. Yeah.
By the way, we put Anonymous to sleep.
I'm checking
that's
Star
the
Trek 6.
He's checking out.
He's checking out, and
Cash
I will
money's
put
waiting
money
for
down.
the
I'll
memo.
put cash money down that I'm right.
Cash money, 12:30. It's Eastern time. It's what 9:30 yours. 6
Yeah,
more minutes,
almost-
buddy. 6
almost
more
9:30.
minutes. Power
For
short.
what? Oh, whatever, dude. Shut up.
You know what? I did have a nitpick when it came to the episode of Flashback, when it came to the exterior shot of the Excelsior.
Mm-hmm.
The warp nacelles were glowing blue. I'm thinking none of the motion picture ships ever had their warp nacelles glowing blue, except when they were at warp. Yet there's a scene where the ship's going through this anomaly, and it goes by the camera, and the nacelles are glowing blue. I'm thinking ship's not at warp.
Mm-hmm.
Why are the nacelles glowing blue? But again, that's just my nitpick. But I did like how Michael and Sarah came back as Kane and in that episode.
Yeah. Oh, there's another big nitpick. There's the one guy gets killed in Flashback, but on Star Trek 6, you can see him at the end with all the whole crew. You know, but yeah, I just looked up the Generation cast here. Tim Russ, Lieutenant on Generations on board the Enterprise B, and you will not find him on Star Trek 6.
No, he's not here.
Yep.
Poor Tuvok.
Mm-hmm. Too bad they couldn't have. They made him a Vulcan on there, and then they could have tied it in that way. But oh well.
See, to put the ears on, it isn't hard. I said about the Ring of Paradise. Sauron should have been the elf when he was the deceiver. But isn't that hard to put the little elf ears?
But here's the thing. At the time they casted him for Generations, they probably hadn't even begun auditions for Voyager yet.
No. The Voyager wasn't even thought of at that time. That was 1991, so they were probably starting to think about doing DS9 at that time.
Which, depending on who you ask, Gene Roddenberry either did or did not know that Deep Space Nine was in production.
Right. I don't think he did, but that's my opinion.
I think he would have approved. I'll be honest. I love Deep Space Nine more than I like Next Generation.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have been so approving of all the war part of it, because I think he would have been kind of balking at that. My personal opinion about it, but the thing is Deep Space Nine was still grounded in Star Trek philosophy. It really was.
I loved it, especially when they start getting into when they brought got the Klingons involved in Deep Space Nine. I always wanted more Klingons, and I loved the original series, and I loved the Klingons then. But Deep Space Nine really kicked it up a notch, and I just felt it was screaming to have a Klingon show. Worf have his own show. It would have been perfect.
Well, I was even seeing a video from New York City Comic Con where they asked Michael Dorn what he wants in the character, and there's some things that are going to be very recognizable about Worf and Picard, and then some things they took out. Like, no, then that's not Worf.
Right. I mean, the preview that they showed looks good. I have to say that it looks good, but again, this is still Kurtzman Trek, and there's you can make a good trailer and still have a sucky movie or show.
Well,
But I'm a pacifist now. What?
Pacifist. What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm a pacifist now. I can
And
deal with
see,
the truth.
I know none of us have seen a single moment of season 3 of Picard, but Worf being a pacifist, Worf grew as a character, especially when he came to Deep Space Nine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after TNG is finished, then I'll try to get into Deep Space Nine again. It's just that first season, few episodes. I don't know. It was just kind of boring for me, but I heard after the first season, so this will be my second attempt at it.
Well, it was getting its legs.
Feel different. I don't know.
I mean, you can skip it. You just watch the pilot and watch kind of the closer, season finale, and you can move into season 2 where things start picking up. I mean, there's some good episodes in there, but that pilot movie, the emissary, was a heck of a story, and you got to see Battle of Wolf 359.
359. And I've been saying this for a long time. I believe that it's the second season of Deep Space Nine where it starts getting its legs.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when Cisco has a mustache. Clean shaven Cisco is like Riker. No.
I think he started getting the mustache and beard around third season. I think.
Yeah, near the end of the third season when Cisco's promoted to captain.
Mm-hmm.
My only grief with Deep Space Nine was the earlier seasons when they had that lady from the planet Bajor,
Kai Wen.
The Kai.
I couldn't stand her. Any episode she was in, for some reason, and I love the actress, but in that show, that lady irked me.
Then she did her job right. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to like her. Yeah,
Louise Fletcher did a wonderful job portraying her. It's unfortunate
and I know a
that
lot
we
of people
recently
say
lost her.
Deep Space Nine didn't take off till Worf came over. I hate to say this, but
It was taken off before Worf
I think
got
when
there.
when the actor that played O'Brien and his wife came over from TNG to Star Trek, that's when I really started liking Deep Space Nine. I mean,
O'Brien was there from the beginning.
He was.
But they didn't want. They originally didn't want to bring O'Brien or his wife to that show.
No, it was going to be Rolaren, but
Mhm.
Michelle Forbes turned him down.
Right. So then they kind of split it up a little bit there with bringing, Kira taking over some of the aspects, and of course you had Miles.
And I did like how O'Brien and Dr. Bashir got along. Especially more so towards the middle and the end of the series. But yeah, I used to like them too.
I preferred the relationship between Odo and Quark.
Yeah, we needed more of that.
Say Odo and Dax, because she would move his stuff, furniture. What was it, 1 inch?
Yep.
And he knew that she was messing with him, but he never could catch her. So the great detective Odo couldn't catch her, but he was right. She was messing with him. Was his whatever the races of the changelings? I don't know what they were called.
Changelings. Founders. The founders. Yeah.
They couldn't stand something being out of place or moved, even if it was a fraction. And she knew how to get to him. And I always feel sorry for the actress that played her, because I wish they would have patched things up and she could have finished the show. And nothing against the lady that replaced her, but they did her dirty.
Well, Terry Farrell wanted to leave.
Well, there was a whole big fuss of why she wanted to leave, and like I said, Star Trek, the people running at the time, they did her dirty. If you ever catch her and she ever received some of the YouTube clips of her at
I
different
watched
conventions.
What We Left Behind documentary where she basically looks at Iron Stephen Bear and says, "You didn't have to kill off Dax."
Mm-mm. Yeah, but I think they
then-
were so pissed at her. You know, they wanted her off the show at that point, and yeah.
Well, the whole story goes is that they were coming up for contract negotiations for the 7th season, and she wasn't going to sign a contract because she wanted to be on Becker.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted to branch out in her career.
I can understand that, but I wish they would have just gave it what she was asking for, just to do that final season. You know, it was only one more season. It was done. But the lady that did replace her, I know a lot of people didn't like her.
I liked her.
I did like.
I like Nicole DeBoer as
Yeah.
Ezri Dax.
Yep. I just wish they didn't cut her hair. They should have left it long. She looks better in long hair. Yes, I'm nitpicky.
Well, she looked like a little pixie. You know, kind of like that. Nothing wrong with the pixie look. Nothing.
Nope.
No,
I
not
like
at
her.
all.
I like her.
One
in,
character I could do completely without, and that's Cass on Voyager.
I don't know. Voyager was pretty cool, 7 of 9, and I don't know. I didn't mind Janeway, but it's been a long time since I've actually sat down and watched a lot of Voyager. But there's certain episodes I like. Even that one with Sarah Silverman, I thought was a good episode. Where they went to what was it, San Francisco or something? Yeah, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like the actress that played the one that was undercover at first. She was just trying to pass as Bajoran.
Martha Haskett as Seska.
Yeah, I didn't like her. I should say it's not. I didn't like her. I didn't like her character.
You weren't supposed to.
I know, but I didn't like her. Hated that character, and I hated the character that I don't know what you want to call it. The girl that was supposed to be an evolved creature and disappears, and
That's Kiss.
I was just talking about Cass.
Kiss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Robert Beltran was really mad at the people at Star Trek because how they treated her, and then how they treated her when she came back for that one episode. Robert Beltran did not like Voyager. He did not like being on that show. He did
No,
not.
his character didn't get any growth.
Now,
No.
which character he played again?
Chakotay.
Yeah, that guy. He looked like the whole entire series. He looked like he was mad to be there.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't.
Yeah,
he didn't look like a happy person.
I think he got like a bait and switch. You know, he was expecting he was going to have all it was like, okay, you just stand there and nod your head like a good boy. You know.
I will
And
have
it was
to say they were right in getting rid of the French lady and putting Miss Milgrew in there. I think she was a perfect person to play. I forgot her name now.
Janeway.
Janeway.
This is
I
Captain
like
Catherine Janeway, the Federation Starship Voyager.
I love Janeway.
I would have liked to have seen what would happen if they put Jamie Summers, the Bionic Woman, in there because she was up for the part too.
Yep. You know, I
She
wonder
would
why
have
they
been a good
turned her
Catherine
down.
Janeway.
I think she would have been great in that part. I think she would have been better than Kate Mulgrew, and I'm not being insulting to Kate Mulgrew. I'm not honestly. Not
I've
a shot.
seen the French actress, and she was an Academy Award actress.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a couple of videos where her original episode where she was actually in the uniform and performing.
Yeah,
I'm
They
glad
filmed-
she didn't. It just wasn't right for her.
No, she was not in it. They filmed like about 3 days, I think, with her, and then it's like, no. And she said no, and I said, yeah, you go. We'll get you redo these scenes. She seemed kind of, I don't know, didn't know what she was doing. It was like
She
she was out
didn't
of her
seem
element.
comfortable doing television work.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what she sat back. It's like, she wasn't expecting it to be such the grind it was. She was used to doing movies. And doing television is a grind. I mean, it really is.
14, 15 hours a day sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And even more so if you're wearing makeup.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I said, if I had to rate my Star Trek, taking the original side, it's Deep Space Nine, Voyager, then TNG, and I don't count that Discovery. And no, I wasn't a fan of Discovery.
Well, if I had to write Voyager, I would have had it where Harry Kim would have at least been promoted to lieutenant junior grade.
Yeah. Or at least full lieutenant. I mean, you're out there for how many friggin' years? It's like, no. Give them a promotion. Didn't they give Paris a promotion?
No,
got
Paris got
remember she
promoted, then
did
promoted, then he got promoted again.
Yeah.
He's special. He's the admiral's son.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
he should Harry Kim should have been at least promoted to lieutenant.
But give him credit. I like that they brought Barkley into Voyager. I was glad they did that because I did like his character in TNG. I did like him. I just wonder if he joked around a few times on the set and pretended to be Murdoch.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll admit it. I was excited when Dwight Schultz and Marina Sirtis showed up on Voyager. And it's like, hey, it's Barkley. It's Deanna.
Therapy time.
Mm-hmm.
And I did like I forget what the name, they had a specific designation for that species that really tore up the Borg.
8472.
Oh yeah, them creatures, man. And you know what? They never brought it into or mentioned it in any other Star Trek ever again.
Well, Star Trek Online, they're the Undine.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, them creatures were awesome, man. They knew how to tear up them Borg. They didn't play no jokes.
Yeah, you got something that's afraid that the Borg is afraid of. It's like, oh.
And of course, he had an appearance by Ray Walston as Boothby again, because he came back for Voyager. Granted, he was an Undine, but disguised as Boothby, but he still came back as the character, and it's great to see him.
Yeah, Ray Walton, it was always a joy to watch him.
To me,
first thing I ever saw him in was Popeye with Robin Williams.
Yep, he was Pappy.
To me, and I know this might aggravate some Star Trek fans, TNG always seemed like it was work, where Deep Space Nine and Voyager, if you can avoid looking at Chakotay, because that actor looked like he was pissed to be there. They didn't seem like it was work. I don't know. It just, I know they're all made it near the same time and everything for a period, but to me, TNG seemed like it was. They had to work on it. Deep Space Nine, it didn't seem like work. It just seemed to flow naturally, and I think Voyager, to a degree, was that way. Not as good as Deep Space Nine, but a hell of a lot better than TNG.
I know Kate Mulgrew and Jerry Ryan had their outs.
I was glad they never did it. That you couldn't tell on, like I said, I don't like busting on the actor, but you couldn't tell that on watching the show. You could tell the character and the actor that played Chakotay, he didn't want to be there. I don't know what happened, what was going on. Maybe you're right, Baron. Maybe he was tricked into, or maybe his agent just got him a role because he needed to work. But he didn't really seem enthusiastic about being there. He really didn't.
Well, he was supposed to be, you're supposed to have conflict between the Maquis and the Starfleet crew. They were supposed to be, and they got together too fast. And that's what they're saying. You're going to be the first officer, but you're going to be button heads with Janeway. You got the two different mindsets and philosophies, and they didn't go with it. And then it's like, now we got this character we don't know what to do with. So we'll have him stand in the back of the corner and nod his head, and I suppose, and have him have a relationship with the 7 of 9. Honestly, when you got rid of that basis that where you're going to have the butting of heads, and you're not going with it, the character, and it's nothing against Robert Beltran, nothing at all against him. The character's useless.
Yeah. You think you might have been happy that he got some airtime with Jerry Ryan? I knew I'll tell you this now. I'm still in love with the woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say that because my girlfriend's upstairs asleep, so I can get away with it. But, you guys understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I had a crush on her when I first saw her. I'm not gonna lie.
And I do like her now with longer hair than I did back then with shorter hair, but
Well, she still had the long hair. They just had it pulled back.
Dude, that suit she had. Oh, God bless.
The cat suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only one reason to have you watch it, and me, and Pacific. They're selling sex with it. Let's be honest. It's like
they were.
She had a body. She was pretty, and that's what they wanted. Get rid of the cat, and put her on there, and get the guys to watch, because they weren't. Kate Mulgrew wasn't doing it, and neither was the Klingon girl.
The half Klingon, half human. Who was her name?
Alana.
Actually, she was quarter Klingon, 3/4 human.
Okay. But I did like it that, in the story as it went, that she ended up hooking up with Paris. They were perfect.
I mean, we talk about, Jerry Ryan's costume as 79 on Voyager, but look at the Double Girls on Deep Space Nine.
Oh,
the outfits they were wearing.
Oh,
and never forget the hard outfits they kept putting Deanna Troi, I forget the name of the actress, but
Marina Sirtis.
I was glad they finally put her in a uniform. She looks good in a uniform, but them other outfits they put that poor lady through.
Yeah, and she wanted to be in a uniform. She kind of petitioned for it. That's why they put her there.
She should have been in uniform day one.
Well, she was technically with that scant in the pilot, and then they went away from that for some reason, and not had her in a uniform
because dudes were wearing it.
Yeah.
And I did not.
We know how Donna Loss feels about the scant.
No, same here. It's like seeing the guy walking along there. It's like, no, that's not right.
No. He tried to be progressive. Didn't really work out. Now did it?
Nope. They tried.
Stupid looking.
And even Denise Crosby wore the scant very briefly. If you ever watched, I think at the end of Encounter at Farpoint, she's standing in the back there wearing a scant too. So
yeah, that lasted a long time.
No, the scant disappeared pretty fast.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go now. So
I was gonna say, I think we all need to get to bed.
Mike tried to end this an hour ago. What the hell do we do?
You and Phil. That's
we just keep talking, and we're enjoying the conversation, and we just keep going.
The only one that doesn't enjoy the conversation is Cash Money.
Huh?
He's awake now. Now he's awake.
Don't try to throw me under the bus. I'm just.
I didn't throw you underneath the bus. I threw you underneath the tractor trailer.
Shut up, Phil.
I'm trying to help my buddy cash out. I got to get him out of here.
Get him out of here before Calvin Newsom unplugs him.
So I want to thank you guys for being on the panel. Anonymous, Baron, Cash, Phil, and also Jet Sparks, who was here earlier. I also want to thank Old Man for being here tonight.
We should have had him on.
Then we'd still be on.
I'm sure if he wanted to come on, he would have clicked the link. I also want to thank George Lucas.
And he sometimes forgets that there's a link there.
Well, you can come on. He knows. He knows.
I'm looking out for you, old man.
I also want to thank Kathy Skywalker. I also want to thank the panel wannabe for joining us on the panel. We also had. Gotta keep scrolling up.
Up we go.
Up and away. We also had the Admiral.
Yeah. Mike Checklist joined us. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did.
We also had Gap After Dark.
Mm-hmm.
We also had Lorenzo Sleestack.
Sleestacks.
Land of the Lost. Tear.
I don't know. I never really cared for Land of the Lost.
Oh, we had Crit too. Can't forget Crit. Oh,
Yep.
You got him. Mm-hmm.
Lord Crit. Thank you, Crit. And we also had Dempsey. Thank you, Dempsey. Let's see. Gotta keep scrolling up. So I know we had others stop by. I want to
Nightbot
acknowledge
stopped
everybody.
by.
That Nightbot kept stopping by.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, DJ Ronnie G, where are you? I know you were here. There you are.
Here he is.
We had DJ Ronnie G. We also had Stephen Ransom. Good to see you, Stephen. And of course, we had Mr. Spock. And we also had Janet from Another Planet stop by.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. The Rich Kaiju himself, Godzillionaire.
Him and Cash Money can count the cash. Count the money.
Mm-hmm. We also had Leia Rose. Some guy by the name of Phil McCracken who was
That
saying
guy.
justice for Star Trek 5.
That guy should be stopped and banned before he spreads his madness.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
And that's everybody who stopped by in the chat.
To get Phil McCracken over to McDonald's to get those coupons and use his AARP card. That's what God needs.
You know what I really want? I want to get that McDonald's pie. They have it this time of year. The pumpkin.
No. Here's what you want to get. The McRib's coming back. But also, I believe starting yesterday, they were selling the Halloween buckets again. That's what you want to get, Phil.
Oh,
so you can go
yeah.
trick-or-treating.
Right.
I want the pumpkin pie.
I want the Halloween bucket, dude.
Well, if I can put chicken nuggets in that little bucket along with pumpkin pie, we're good.
Yeah, it's a Happy Meal, so you just say you want chicken nuggets.
I want chicken nuggets. With
Chicken nuggets and jockey milk.
I want Szechuan sauce. They should never take that away.
I was impressed with it. I tried it. Yeah. Szechuan sauce.
As long as I still get to have my spicy mustard.
Mm.
I like the honey mustard dip they used to have that they don't give out no more at McDonald's for the chicken nuggets.
Yeah,
I hear it's because of you.
Was good.
Probably because I was taking them home, buy my own chicken nuggets and. Well, it's okay. I can go to Chick-fil-A and they have the honey mustard packets, and I take them home.
And soon he'll be banned from there, folks.
Mm-hmm.
There's Phil on a Sunday. Hello, anybody in there?
Can't go Sunday.
I know that's the point I was making.
I love Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, they're good. I like their waffle fries.
I take the waffle fries and I dip it in the honey mustard.
You know, I've noticed something about us. We have no focus.
We're not intended to have focus. It's Pop Talk.
We're here to have a good time.
Or like a dog, going to dogs with squirrels running around. Just follow one, go to the other, go to another, go to another. No.
Remember, all squirrels are tennis balls thrown by God. At least that's what my dachshund tells me.
I do I do have structure when I line up the articles, and I know which article I want to start with first, which one I want to start with next, and then so on and so forth.
And when they get derailed,
that's the only structure there is. I think the Thrawn one. I think we actually talked about the article for about 30 seconds.
I don't know. There was the first article we talked about for quite a while. The very first one,
G4.
That's because you were talking about it before anybody else got here.
You were just mad that I was upset that Frost wasn't had no appeal.
She wasn't bangable.
I wasn't.
There you
She's
go.
not bangable. Her and her weird flat dead teeth. No, thank you.
I thought you were going to say flat chest, but I wasn't going to go there. I wasn't going to go there. Anonymous went there.
I don't know if she's got a flat chest or not. She just wears like men's hoodies and stuff.
I don't want to know. I don't need to know. Okay? I don't want to know. I don't need to know. It's none of my damn business.
I don't
Mike
want
is
to
not
know
interested
either.
in boobies.
If you don't like it, don't watch it. Peace.
I didn't watch.
Yeah, that's the main message.
All right.
We only did what she told us.
All right. So good night, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed the show. And if you did, thank you. Leave a thumbs up, share, consider subscribing to all the panelists.
Ciao, baby.
If you didn't, well, sorry.
It's Phil's fault.
Cash Money stayed awake during the whole process.
It's all Phil's fault for sure.
I'll accept the blame.
Yes, I agree.
Take care, all.
I really think we all need to go to therapy.
This is our therapy.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're still on? Oh, sorry. I was.
Of course, we're still on. This is Pop Talk. Even when it's going for 2 hours, it still goes.
It's a stream that never ends.
See you later, folks.
All right, later, guys.
All right, later.